Namaste, Namaskara, and a very good morning to you all. I, on behalf of Central Institute of Indian Languages, would like to welcome each and every one of you to celebrate the 57th Foundation Day of Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysore. Today, as we celebrate and commemorate 57th Foundation Year of this institution, let us take this opportunity to reflect on the initial vision, the challenges that we have overcome, and the founding principle upon which this institution was built. It is also an opportune moment to acknowledge and celebrate the milestones, successes, and growth achieved over the years, and to recognize the success of this institution called Central Institute of Indian Languages. With these thoughts in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let us learn and benefit and at the same time enjoy the program that is coming ahead of us. Today, we are fortunate to have some eminent guests who will be joining us to speak on various topics. And first of all, I would like to welcome each and every one of you, and I especially welcome all the speakers for today's inaugural session to please come onto the dais. First, I would like to invite our director, Professor Salindra Mohan. Please come to the stage. Second, Professor Udaya Narayan Singh, former director of Central Institute of Indian Languages. I would also like to invite Professor Prasad Joshi, Vice Chancellor, Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune. I would also like to invite G.K. Punikar, Director, International School of Dravidian Linguistics, Trivandrum. And I would also like to invite Rajesh Sachdeva, former Director of Central Institute of Indian Languages. And lastly, I would like to invite our former Director, C.G. Venkateshamurthy. So please come to the dais. To begin the program, it is always good to invoke God's blessings to make the program a successful one. Today, invocation will be presented to us by Chetan Baji, and today's invocation is taken from Nirvana Shatkam by Adiguru Shankara Acharya. Chetan, please come and take your time.
मनोबुद्ध्यहङ्कारचेतानिनाहं न च श्रोत्रजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योमभूमिर्न तेजो न वायो चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं न च प्राणसंज्ञो न वै पञ्चवायु न वा सप्तधातुर्न वा पञ्चकोशः न वाक्पाणिपादौ न च पोस्थपायो चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं न मे द्वेषरागो न मे लोभमोहो मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षा न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षा चिदानंद रूप शिवोहम शिवोहम मनोबुद्ध्यहंकार चेतानि नाहं न च श्रोत्र जिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योम भूमिर्न तेजो न वायु चिदानंद रूप शिवोहम 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 शिवोहम। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
Our heartfelt thanks to Chetan Baji for the moving invocation that has set the perfect tone for today's gathering. Now, may I call upon Dr. Alendra Brahma, LJRO CIIL, to extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests.
Kulumbai, Namaskar, a very good morning to all of you. So today it is very nice to see languages of the country in the form of so beautiful people here. So we have completed 56 years of the existence of the institute. So today we are stepping into the 57th year of the institute. So in this auspicious occasion, we would like to fondly remember all the people involved in, establishing this institute, all the staff, all the former directors whose instrumental contribution have been made, establish this institute to such heights. So recently, in the very recent years, we have also, brought so many new things into the institute. Like we have collaborated with so many, reputed institutions like NCERT, NVS, IGNOU, and so many other, institutions, colleges, universities. So, to, mention a few things that we have done in recent years, couple of years, we can mention how we have, developed like 128 primers in collaboration with NCERT New Delhi. We have, recently translated the Constitution of India in all the scheduled languages of the country. We have released numerous corpora in all the scheduled languages of the country. We have developed a kind of archive which is called the Archive of India, which is going to be released today, and we are also working towards the teaching and learning of Indian languages through CIIL in collaboration with IGNOU. Then we have also promoted some kind of language movements like India as one linguistic area. So we congratulate all the people present here, all the people involved in bringing the institute to such a height. So today we are going to celebrate the Foundation Day. This is called 57th Foundation Day after completing the 56 years of the existence of the institute. So we have, three different sections in today's celebration. So here we are starting with inaugural session. So in this session, I would like to warmly welcome the respected keynote speaker, Professor Uday Narayan Singh, who is also a founder director of the institute. Then I would like to welcome our chief guest, Professor Z.K. Panikar, who is the respected director of ISDL Thiruvananthapuram. Then I would like to welcome guest of honor, Professor Prasad Joshi, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune, Deccan College. Then I would like to welcome the special guest, Professor Rajesh Sachdeva and Professor C.G. Venkatesa Murthy, who are also the former directors of the institute. And I also welcome our beloved director, Professor Shailendra Mohan, the director of CIIL. We are also so blessed to welcome the founder director, Dr. D.B. Patnaik, who will be blessing us with a virtual note. So I also welcome all my respected colleagues, the professor cum directors, deputy directors, Professor Umarani Papuswamy Madam, Professor P.R. Fernandez, Thomas Fernandez sir, my colleague, esteemed LJ Rose, Dr. Narayan, Dr. Sujay, Dr. Tariq, Dr. Prem, and all the colleagues working with us in the institute, all the media people. Let us celebrate the day. Once again, I welcome all of you to the inaugural session, and I also welcome all of you to the panel discussions. There are three panel discussions today in that session. The first one is Vision 2047, Promotion of Indian Languages in Education. Then after lunch, we have two panel sessions, discussions. The first one is the interface of AI and Indian languages, linguistic and technological perspectives. And the last one is the role of classical languages in promoting Indian knowledge system. So I welcome you to the panel discussions also, and at last I also welcome all of you to the cultural program, which will start at last in the evening today. So I also welcome to this celebration all the organizing people, the media people. So let us celebrate the day. So Gazantan, Dhanyabad, thank you.
Thank you, Alindra sir, for the warm welcoming note. I don't know. Okay. Moving on to the next program. To invoke God's blessings of divine energy to make the program a successful one, I would like to invite our dignitaries to please come and light the lamp. What is that?
From शुभं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदं शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं योगिशां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश मतिं स्वच्छामि मे सदा नवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् नवेरस्तं समारभ्य
Thank you, sirs, for lighting the lamp. Before we proceed further, we would like to thank our distinguished guests for their presence today. As a token of our appreciation and thanks for being with us today, we would like to felicitate them with a small gift. For this, I would like to invite our director to give a small gift to Professor Udayan Narayan Singh. Next, I would like to invite Professor Marani to give a small gift to G.K. Panikar. Professor G.K. Panikar. I thought it's only one. Next, I would like to invite Fernandez sir to please give a gift to Professor Prasad Joshi. Next, I would like to invite Narayan sir to give it to Professor Rajesh Sachdeva. Lastly, I would like to invite Tariq sir to give a gift to C.G. Venkateshamurthy.
Moving on to the next item, we are extremely grateful and proud to announce the launching of the Bhasha Sanchika portal. In a very brief, Bhasha Sanchika portal is a digital language repository of the Central Institute of Indian Languages, dedicated to preserving, documenting, and promoting India's diverse linguistic heritage. Established over 56 years ago, CIIL supports language development, advising governments and fostering the learning of 20 Indian languages. I request all of the dignitaries on the dais to please launch the language archive. Good. Dedicate to click. Thank you, sir. I thank all the dignitaries for launching the portal. Now, regarding the portal, I'd like to request Dr. Sujoy Sarkar to please speak a few words.
So, Namaskar, good morning. It's a special occasion, definitely, as Alin told, Foundation Day, and I think it's another very, very special occasion for all the people who is sitting here. In fact, the former directors, Udanayan Singh sir, Rao sir will join in sometime, Uma madam, and all the other stuff. This archive, it's not archive, it's the hard work of CIIL done by years and years, and all the data we try to put it together using the open source platform DSpace, and this archive is going to meet some of the ambition, or let's say some of the aim we have in our country, like it's aligned with NEP 2022, Ek Bharat Shreshtha Bharat, Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and more than it's not a preserving tool, it is a catalyst for the research, education, digital promotion of Indian languages, helping to ensure that India's linguistic wealth thrives in modern ages. So we tried our best. Now it is a time for all of you, those who are from outside, to take it forward, because you need to contribute in this archive. We are expecting to get more contribution from other centers who are working on Indian languages, independent researcher, and hopefully we can continue this archive for long. And for that, all of your support is please welcome our director, necessary. So let me just tell a few lines about the data we have. We have 22 scheduled languages, including 4 classical languages, non-scheduled languages 89, mother tongue 17, endangered languages which we classified as endangered or UNESCO classified as endangered 111, and 1 foreign language, that is English. Some data is available, and we have 6 collection. That is Scheme for Protection and Preservation of Endangered Languages, 5,614 entry. Then Bharatbani, 1,368 entry. CIIL publication, 576 entry. National Tape Archive, 231 entry, and Bhasha Mandakini 50. All the Bhasha Mandakini videos we are trying to put it in the archive. And classical languages 22 entry. So this is a brief about the archive. Now I would like to request our director to felicitate the person who are behind this archive. So first of all, I would like to request our director to felicitate Professor A.R.D. Prasad, formerly ISI Bengaluru. Sir, please. So sir is the main person who built that infrastructure for this archive using this base platform. So I think even last night Karthik and sir, they were working till 12, and after 12 I think we said okay, it's a good night. Nagaraju also there. Yeah. Now I would like to request to felicitate Dr. Narayan Chaudhary. Without his support it was not possible, because he is the main techno man in the institute. So he and his team supported all the background technical facilities. Thank you, Narayanji, for your unconditional support. And whenever I ask something, okay, Narayanji, I need more storage or this is required, okay, he said, don't worry, we'll solve it. So next, Dr. Karthik Narayan. So see, Karthik and few others, we started this plan long time back, and we could not materialize, and slowly, finally it happened today. Karthik, please. And for many months, we did not pay Karthik. Okay, that is the important part. So Karthik, thank you for the paid and unpaid service. And now Dr. Nagaraju, sir, he is one of the main person who did, this coordination between the technical team and academic team. And this team is very long. We have given credit to each and everyone, even whose data it is, credit is taken care duly. Even Professor Umarani is sitting there, his data is also there, his name is, her name is also there. Okay, and those who are thinking why we are not felicitated, don't worry, 5, I will get some more time, we will try to give you the due respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujoy sir, for a brief introduction about Bhasha Sanchika portal. We would like to congratulate SPEL and all those people who are involved in making this portal a successful one, and for the successful launch of this portal. Moving on to the next program, we have a keynote address by one of our former director, Professor Uday Narayan Singh. Before I invite him to the stage, I would like to introduce and say a few words about him. Professor Uday Narayan Singh is a distinguished figure, renowned as a poet, linguist, essayist, and a translation theoretician. He currently holds a chair professorship at the Amity Center for Linguistic Studies, Amity University, Haryana in Gurgaon. Professor Singh's extensive career includes professional chair at Rabindranath Bhavan, Viswa Bharati, Santiniketan, where he also served as a first pro vice chancellor. Professor Singh is a former director of Central Institute of Indian Languages, and he was instrumental in establishing several key initiatives for the Government of India, like National Translation Mission, NTM, the Linguistic Data Consortium for Indian Languages, LDCIL, and the National Testing Service, NTS. At the University of Hyderabad, he also founded the Center for Applied Linguistics and Translation Studies. Professor Singh has taught linguistics, translation studies, comparative literatures, and English literature at various universities. And his current teaching focuses on applied linguistics, theoretical linguistics, and Tagore studies. His significant contributions have also earned him numerous prestigious awards. Now, I request Professor Uday Narayan Singh to please come and give us a keynote address.
This one? In fact, the background thing has to be changed. Thank you very much. A few moments ago, when I was sitting down there before coming up onto the dais, Rajesh was talking about 3 kinds of vyasanas. Of course, the most important vyasana is the deha vyasana, your love for your body. And of course, dravya vasana, love for all the earthly things that you may like to possess. And the third important thing he said is that Shastra Vyasana, nobody can escape. The scholarly people who are involved in reading, writing, and talking, nobody can escape the love for being able to be heard by so many people at the same time and discussing with so many people at the same time. So, some time ago, when I was called by the University of Hyderabad to deliver the Silver Jubilee lecture for CATS and the School of Humanities by the Vice Chancellor, I spoke about future of literature and literature of the future. And from there, some ideas sprang up, and I thought today I could talk about studies on language and literature. What could be new? What are the new things that we can think of doing? Now, we are all talked about how India is growing, the growth of the country. To move to the second slide, please. Okay. How do we make ourselves matter? Are we relevant? Are we not so relevant? This is something which is very important. And I would like to talk about this in terms of near future, what we can do, and distant future, what we can do. Each point that I'm making, and I'll only be very brief because I have only 20 minutes time to speak, not like the classroom teaching of 45 minutes or 1 hour. So, first point is that, in near future, there's some problem. First slide. Go to the first slide.
Back.
Let it stay here. Linguistic data for AI and NLP, and this is close to Narayan Chaudhary's heart, I'm sure. But this is very crucial. This is nowadays, unless because it's a period of data-driven decision making at every stage of life. So unless there are huge language data, and last night Professor Annamalai spoke in our group in a very interesting manner. He said that it's very important for us to be able to write in Indian languages huge amount of things. You write about chemistry, write about botany, write about science, write about computation, write about, of course, literature and language, society, culture, everything but write. This is very crucial, and you will be happy to know that for last 4 or 5 months, every Sunday I am writing a very long article in Maithili on the death of the author, Asya Jebar, who couldn't get the Nobel Prize, writing about Baudelaire, writing about whatever I know in the field of language and literature. And this is read by people from 17 countries, 6 lakh people every day, every Sunday in that newspaper portal in Maithili. I'm writing this. So now I'm sure each one of you is capable of doing this in your own language. And you need to build up huge amount of data archive with this kind of work. And I don't believe if all Indians decide to write, there will be a crunch of data. There will be huge amount of data available. I think the only decision is whatever you know, whatever you can write, please write every day. Write 10 lines a day, you would see that at the end of the year, this will become about 3,500 lines at least. And you know, it's a very important thing. The near future, we need annotation of this data, NLP speech, translation tech, print, voice, handwritten archives. This is a very important thing. Handwriting, nobody is still doing anything. We go gaga about Tagore's handwriting. You know, if you look at his handwritten thing, in fact, a very well-known poet from Karnataka once came to Ravindra Bhavan. He said, I have only one desire in life. I said, what is that? I want to touch that manuscript in which he wrote Janaganamana. I said, all right, I will take you deep into the archive. He just touched that. He said, that's something which is very important. Group of 6 musicians came from Spain. Some of them were very important poets and songwriters. They came and said that we have only one desire. I said, what? We go to Upasana Griha, non-denominational prayer room of Tagore. Huge things. It's a glass, beautifully glass built, colored glass built, a kind of temple-like thing, which is not a temple, no God inside, because we celebrate Eid there, we celebrate Krishtotsav, we celebrate everything there. The Brahma Dharma is based in that. And that's cast depending on the Mysore palace colored glass thing. You know, it's the same thing. He brought the idea from Mysore to Shantiniketan and did it. And this Spanish musician said that we only want to sing a song in Spanish which Tagore had written in Bengali. Just that is what, they came all the way from Spain just to be able to do that. This is important that, you know, many of these things are crucial. And we don't have the voice recordings, we don't have. In fact, when some of us had started the Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, you know, as you know, the first executive board, Nirmal Varmaji was there, Kamleshwar, Kumar Narayan, myself, Ashok Vajpayee was that time the Vice Chancellor. We said that for every major existing poet in Hindi, first get their voice recording done. Let them recite their own stuff, you know. If you remember, anytime Girish Karnad or Anantamurthy will read from their own text, eyes will lit up and there's a beautiful glow in their face and voice will mesmerize people, whether you understand or not. My friend Sachidanandan, when he reads his Malayalam poetry, you don't need to understand the language. You feel it. It's very crucial. The voice archives are missing. They're not there. So we need that to be done immediately. Distant future is you build culturally aware AI using indigenous linguistic frameworks. That's the far away goal, but it's important. Second is language preservation, revitalization, close to Sujoy Sarkar's thing. Near future, what you need is documentation of endangered languages using digital tools and eventually creating a museum of voice. This has been my idea for a long, long time. That, how do you actually make a tribal speech community very confident that they can march forward proudly as part of the plurilingual India, when they see that there are so many languages which the voices of which are represented in the museum, they feel confident that they should also lend their voice to the chorus, not to the cacophony but to the chorus. Is very crucial, and this has been repeated n number of times by our present government, that this plurality is something which everybody should preserve. Distant future is that you revitalize regional languages, the cultural assets, hold festivals, language festivals, cultural festivals all across, and promote through translation. The second area is linguistics and multilingual education. NEP is something which is been the buzzword in the recent times. Almost everybody is thinking how to approach this particular area. So help implement NEP through balanced multilingual curricula, perhaps suitable to different types of schools, including the ones for special education. Lot of people who think that they are serious linguists, they should not be writing books for children. I'm not one of them. In fact, I've been writing for children, and I have at least 6 series of books which my linguist friends have never seen. I and my wife sitting here, we wrote a book called Arise Awake, 10 volumes, which sold 140,000 copies even in 2000 every year, and almost every major English medium schools in Bangalore or Chennai had that as a textbook. So this is, and then wrote grammars, wrote primers for children. It's very essential for linguists also to be able to write. And if you think that you're doing something which is very unusual, you are not, because one of the greatest linguists, poet-linguists like Tagore, had also written for children. If you look at the kind of books that he had written for children, you'll be surprised. Why? Because this is very crucial, that if you do not pay attention to children, who will pay attention to children? The best filmmaker like Satyajit Ray ran a magazine devoted to children, right? So his grandfather wrote basically stories for children, absolutely original stories for children. His father wrote some of the best rhymes for children. So if you look at these things that people do, even when they are filmmaking, they are linguists, they are great creative writers, but they write for children. This is very crucial, and that is something which is essential. Fourth is the linguistics and national integration. I think guide equitable language policy, avoiding linguistic chauvinism. This is very crucial nowadays. The kind of stories that we hear from different parts of the country is very disturbing. And somebody should tell the politicians that this is not something to play with. Everybody loves India, and India loves everybody. It is very crucial that this country is for everybody. So national integration is the most important thing. Linguistic pluralism is a basic tool for democracy, and the advocacy is very important for that, and it should be an agenda and a movement, I would say. Then there are various other areas where we could excel: forensic and legal linguistics. These days language and law is not something which is very popular, but as we all know that the entire legal system of India is basically a game of language. And there are many linguists who in America have left their jobs to join as great lawyers because they have done language and law. And international law, international agreement, and even basically the other legal texts that you can think about, everywhere language is important. And the cruciality of that has to be underscored by some people. Somebody has to do a lot of research on language and law. and make it a regular course curriculum as part of the legal studies and part of linguistics as well. Similarly, forensic linguistics is very crucial these days in cybercrime, digital ethics. This is something which is very beneficial for us. The sixth, I think, is the mental health, linguistics of mental health. Multilingual diagnostic tools are very important because every day hear a sad story of suicides by young people who had spent so much of time learning so many very interesting skills and so many, so much of different kind of knowledge systems, and they are also, some of them have good jobs, and yet they commit suicide. They're very depressed. The depression is a very important thing to be dealt with, and their linguistics can play a very important role. If you provided you develop multilingual diagnostic tools, because many people who are depressed cannot speak in the fashionable languages that you speak in the urban centers. This is very crucial because you need to do that. So psycholinguistically informed AI agents for mental health is the ultimate goal that should be. Seventh, I would say the language equity in technology access. You have to have apps in tribal and minority languages. If they do not find your mobile to be useful for their benefit, if they can't ask a question about what is happening to the rain, what is happening to the crop, ripening, what is happening to the predictions, so various other kinds of things in their own language, and they get answer, then they find it not so useful when you're talking about AI and application of AI. AI application is not only to be done through English, not even only through Hindi. It's very crucial. If there are 49 varieties of Hindi, then 49 varieties should be available in the apps. This is very crucial there. Eventually, you have to create voice-driven interfaces for non-literate population. And I would say eighth is linguistics and cultural diplomacy. South Asian linguistic research collaborations are something which are very important, which we have not been doing actually. There was a point of time when there was a lot of give and take between different countries in South Asia, and CIIL being in the forefront. I think that is something which we have to think about, how to bring back that kind of at least SAARC cooperation here. Very interesting, but when we were developing the ICANN, those of you who are associated with ICANN or who know about it would know that some great things have been done for Indian scripts by 100 people working together from 7 different countries, and some of our best advisors were from countries which are not very close to us now. The IT Minister of Bangladesh was very much involved because I had several meetings with him. Some of the best advisors for that came from Pakistan. Some top ones were from Nepal and Sri Lanka. So it's very interesting that all these people together for Unicode Consortium and for ICANN developed a script system, Devanagari, Neo Devanagari system for all the major writing scripts in India, and that's now available in the internet, and that has resolved a lot of issues of the devices such as banking softwares, various financial trading softwares vis-a-vis Indian scripts. That is doable, and we have done that outside the government, and we had a lot of support from the government of India in doing that. Whenever we had to go to Japan or Dhaka or whichever other countries, the support was forthcoming. Nobody knows about that, but this is the cultural diplomacy that government of India played, and this is very crucial for us. So I would say that these are the innovative ideas, and there could be many other ideas. I can only give you just one or two, like digital literacy platforms, which you've already launched. Make it a real happening platform. Make it a possibility where other people can contribute. Have a residual portal in that part of Sanchika where there could be some other people from various small speech communities who can gain access Of course, there will be some monitoring, some editing may have to be done, some hand-holding may have to be done, but let's try to do that. Then there should be literary semiotics as companion of language studies. The blooming of the film industry of Karnataka, of Chennai, of Malayalam films, along with the Hindi and even films in Assamese these days are doing well. There has to be some language and film connection. The semiotic, intersemiotic connectivity will have to be thought about. That is something which is missing these days. And intertextuality and the nested texts, like many Ramayanas, we are talking about the book. Yes, you can easily open A.K. Ramanujan 300 Ramayanas and read. But why not 300 Ramayanas on the portal? What stops us from doing that? What stops us from doing the Mahabharata and the shade of Mahabharata that we have here? In the South, we have different ways of describing the Mahabharata stories. Why can't we do that? Similarly, this has been many other ideas that I've left you here to talk about, think about. Could be literature as manipulation, resonance and familiarity in language and receptions, because the reverberation is very crucial. And last slide is residual ideas that I leave you with. You have demand and supply of language as a communicative economy. There is linguistic economy, linguistic pragmatics, which people have not been doing. I think that's very crucial for us to do. I'm talking about the agenda for next 20 years for what CIIL can do, for other language linguistics departments can do. I don't know if anybody will do it. Maybe there are a lot of people sitting here, young people who will pick up this idea and take it forward. But somewhere at some point of time, I would remember a lot of new ideas came when Mr. Patnaik was there. A lot of new ideas generated when Dr. Annamalai used to intervene. Similarly, new ideas came during our time. So today I'm taking advantage of this platform to talk about these ideas. So think about this. We also can think about the algorithmic mediation of language and meaning. There are a lot of new kind of semantics that you can do that. Recommendation, everybody knows referral and recommendation and the importance of that in commerce today, industry today, but no study of that. How do you recommend? How do you refer? What's happening? What's the language of that? A lot of discourses are getting generated through AI, but nobody studies that discourse. This is important that we think about that. So these are only new ideas that I thought I would give during this keynote, and I hope some of you will pick it up and make this a reality. Thank you very much for calling me.
Thank you so much, sir, for shedding light on the importance of linguistics in AI and its impacts and possibilities in the near future. Moving up next, we have address by chief guest from Professor G.K. Panikkar. Before inviting him to the podium, I would like to give a very brief bio note of Professor G.K. Panikkar. Professor G.K. Panikkar is the director of the International School of Dravidian Linguistics and on the governing council for the Dravidian Linguistics Association. He is a highly respected scholar and a leading figure in Dravidian linguistics. As an exceptional teacher and mentor, he has guided many students who became prominent linguists. Professor Panikkar has also been instrumental in national and international forums, contributing to global understanding and preservation of Dravidian languages. His significant contributions have earned him numerous honors, and his publications remain essential references in the field. Now, with great honor and respect, we now invite Professor G.K. Panikkar to share their words of wisdom with us. Welcome, sir.
PPT, sir? Which is your PPT?
I didn't bring it. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, scholars who are present here, and many experts I see from different parts of India to come here for different types of academic deliberations. Researchers of CIIL, SRIC, and all the members, the staff of CIIL. Actually, I am very much thankful to Professor Shailendra Mohan, the ever active director of CIIL, for giving me this precious opportunity to participate in this 57th Foundation Day of the Central Institute of Indian Languages. Actually, it is an auspicious day, since this day is the birthday of Chamundeshwari, the famous, so naturally in an auspicious day, very auspicious day, and it indicates that this institution will progress very much due to the blessings of this Chamundeshwari, our so Lord Chamundeshwari. So anyway, the previous speaker, Professor Uday Narayan Singh, had covered almost all the points, and he has indicated the relevance of linguistics in the modern age. So I don't want to go into the details of such things, and I limit my duty here only to felicitate, and as a felicitation address I will speak a few sentences. Actually, those people like us who came to the field of linguistics prior to the beginning of this Central Institute of Indian Languages has wondered, because based on the progress of this institution has achieved and the activities this institution is carrying on from the last 56 years. Actually, the Central Institute of Indian Languages can really boast of for its many outstanding contributions. The functions of CIIL are not confined to one or two fields. After its commencement, it had to undertake different challenges and could successfully resolve them. Even now, it serves the nation by finding solutions to many language-related sensitive issues. Due to time constraints, I will not go to the details of many of them. However, I will mention a few achievements of this pioneer institution. Actually, the most important thing, as he has pointed out, Professor Uday Narayan Singh has pointed out, the service to the nation, that is the foremost one and the most important as far as we are concerned. And when we take that, the Central Institute of Indian Languages probably come first, the topmost institution which among the institutions which serve the nation for its development. The CIIL had played a pivotal role in cooling down the divisive tendencies and suspicions existed in some sections of society, especially concerning language issues. Sorry that I have some problem with my throat.
But you are speaking very well, sir.
Yes. That's all right. I mean, it becomes dry, you see. That's the efforts of CIIL could create a friendly. You know, the post-independence period, we have some sort of suspicions and some problems were there. I don't want to go into the details of that. And in that case, in that problem, the efforts of CIIL could create a friendly atmosphere and help to a large extent to remove the misgivings continued to exist from the initial period of post-independence of our country. And because of the efforts of the researchers of this institution and the directions given by the people who have directed, I mean the directors, many of these suspicions have been removed because of the proactive role in the existing, in the intricate challenges of post-independence period. The institute could make the administrators and the political class to realize the fact that language is a fundamental component of national development and integration, extending beyond pure academic concerns. Because of this, the government showed keen interest in the development of all languages in India rather than concentrating the attention to the official languages only. In this respect, I bow my head before Professor D.P. Patnaik, the founder director of CIIL, who mooted a wide range of activities by the CIIL from its very inception in 1969. The directors who continued after him also, that is those who have taken charge after Patnaik, they also continued that tradition and also tried their best to expand the activities of CIIL, and I also actually bow my head before them because of their contributions in the developing of this institution. The three-language formula put forward in 1968 by the Government of India, by the suggestion of the Kothari Commission, was an attempt to navigate the then existing socio-political and linguistic complexities and foster nationalism and mutual cohesion through multilingualism. The CIIL, founded in 1969, was assigned the task of helping the government in its proper implementation. This institution took up the challenge courageously and could succeed in infusing confidence and mutual understanding among the divergent linguistic groups of our country. The establishment of the regional centers were of immense help in addressing many of the challenges met with across the length and breadth of India, arising out of linguistic divergences. The researchers of CIIL and its regional language centers have studied almost all Indian languages covering different regions of India. They could achieve success in creating proper awareness among the people, not only on their mother tongue, but also to convince them that other languages are also equally good and competent as that of theirs. This realization was not restricted to language only, but also in culture, social customs, religious beliefs, traditions, and practices. Undoubtedly, the efforts of CIIL and its powerful arms, the regional language centers, made a positive impact in infusing national pride and in shaping people to think above narrow parochialism and petty regionalism. This achievement of the CIIL was remarkable in promoting national integration and needs to be considered as a great service rendered by this institution to our nation. And the second point I would like to mention is the CIIL as a provider of jobs and also as a promoter of the subject linguistics. During 1960s, the job opportunities for linguists were very meager. Linguists was taught only in a few universities where the requirements of fresh hands were almost nil. The only hope for linguistic postgraduates was the language division of the Government of India, in which occasionally a few linguists were appointed. It is also to be noted that in those days, the scope for getting jobs for linguists in the field of technology was also very, very scarce. Thus, before the foundation of CIIL, the employment prospects of linguists were very bleak. But after the establishment of CIIL, this situation suddenly changed, and this institution became the major job provider for young linguists during those days. Of course, saturation will come everywhere, and now here also maybe a little bit problems are there. But it was a great service as far as that is concerned. Thus, before the foundation of CIIL, the employment prospects of linguists were very bleak. But after the establishment of CIIL, the situation suddenly changed, and this institution became the major job provider for young linguists during that period. If CIIL was not founded in 1969, I think most of the linguistics department of India would have been closed due to lack of students even much before the beginning of this century. Nowadays, the problem comes in many of the departments because of the lack of jobs. Students are not coming. Not alone that, the CIIL gave a great impetus to subject linguistics. That is also more important. CIIL, a large assemblage of researchers in linguistics from different parts of India at one place, helped to have interaction with one another, creating an atmosphere to acquire in-depth knowledge in different branches of linguistics. Along with thus acquire strong footing in linguistics theory, the CIIL scholars excelled in the application arena also due to their fieldwork experience. Frequent discussions, seminars, workshops, symposia, etc., organized by CIIL enabled this institution to become a torchbearer of linguistics in India. CIIL even now continues to play an active role in the promotion of linguistics and related subjects. Purposely I say related subjects since Professor Shailendra Mohan has extended to different areas like culture, the Indian tradition and all these things, you can see that. Most of the seminars, conferences, workshops and symposia organized by different universities and institutions in India are in collaboration with CIIL. So also, the institution gives support to important journals like Indian Linguistics and subject associations like Linguistic Society of India. Above all, CIIL stands as a topmost publisher of linguistic works in India. And then its contribution to preservation, conservation and documentation of tribal languages. Another area in which CIIL and its regional language centers perform admirable work is the protection and documentation of minor languages. Almost all tribal languages, so since time limit is there, since everybody knows the contribution as far as the tribal language to, and the other languages our researchers have contributed. And the present, as far as the present task is concerned, that also Professor Udayanaran has pointed out, so I don't go into the details of it. But the only thing is I would like to mention is that the NEP 2020 Mother Tongue for Higher Education, there what happens is some apprehensions, we should be realistic. There are some apprehensions in certain quarters, and that is to be not learned from Tamil Nadu. But in states like recently Maharashtra, Punjab, etc., is also raising some doubts. It is not their mistake. We have to convince them, and it is not for any. So, but also for northern states, Maharashtra and Punjab, the issue of language is very sensitive, and extreme care is required. The topmost priority is for removing the misgivings among the people and to avoid chances of exploitation by parochialists and opportunists. A broad outlook is essential, and each and every language of our country needs to be valued, respected, and to be protected. As in the past, the CIIL can play a proactive role to formulate a strategy which will create cohesiveness, mutual understanding, and inclusiveness. We cannot allow the situation to deteriorate, and hence the CIIL should step in urgently and find an acceptable solution by mutual consensus. And actually CIIL can do it, and that the only body which can do it is CIIL. The application of artificial intelligence and the technological innovations, as he has pointed out, should really help CIIL to solve these modern problems which we see now. Similarly, the steps towards acquiring equipment mother tongue for higher education, such as preparation of dictionaries of science terms in regional languages, translation of existing standard textbooks and articles in all major Indian languages, arrangements for automatic translations of important books both from foreign languages to Indian languages and from the Indian languages themselves are of urgent need, and for which CIIL already has started their work, and it should be completed as early as possible. Considering the importance of CIIL in nation building, by inducing national spirit in our minds and in making sustainable development for Indian languages and in protecting the cultural ethos of Indian people, I appeal the Government of India to strengthen the Central Institute of Indian Languages to the maximum extent possible. I am sure India can become a knowledge superpower within a short span of time if the Central Institute of Indian Languages is given necessary freedom and adequate financial and administrative support. Hope this institution will very soon become world's topmost institution in the field of language-related study and research, and also in finding out solutions to language-related problems. Best wishes for CIIL to go further and to lead India to greater heights. Namaskar. Bharat.
True blessings, sir. So nicely useful.
Thank you, Professor G.K. Panikkar, for enlightening us with your words of knowledge and wisdom and acknowledging the role of CIIL in nation building through various language developments. Thank you, sir, once again. Moving on to the next program, we have address by guest of honor, Professor Prasad Joshi, Vice Chancellor, Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune. Before I invite him to the stage, I would like to give a brief introduction about Professor Prasad Joshi. Professor Prasad Joshi is an eminent Sanskrit scholar and is currently the Vice Chancellor of Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune, which is a leading institute for archaeology, linguistics, and Sanskrit studies in Pune. His specialization includes Paninian grammar, linguistics analysis, and Sanskrit lexicography. He has been a professor and general editor of the monumental Sanskrit to English Dictionary project at Deccan College, aiming to digitize its volumes and create mobile applications. His scholarly work includes publications on Sanskrit grammar and linguistics, such as Concord and Government Relations in Sanskrit. Now it is an honor for me to invite Professor Prasad Joshi to come and speak to us.
Namaskar, dignitaries on the dais who represent the galaxy of directors of this prestigious institute, including Professor Udanarayan Singh, Professor Panikkar, Professor Sajdev, and Professor Venkatesh Murthy also, and also my colleague Professor Shailendra Mohan. First of all, I feel highly privileged and highly honored to be in this institute for several reasons. Being a student of language and also a student of linguistics, it was my wish, sometimes I also wish that I should visit the CIIL. So thanks to the director for giving me this opportunity to visit this institute on this particular occasion of celebrating 57th Foundation Day of CIIL. Especially we are celebrating this moment. It is a very auspicious moment for all of us. And what CIIL has done in past decades, that is already highlighted by Professor Panikkar over here, which hardly needs any repetition. And what we have to do in future, probably that is also highlighted by Professor Udanarayan Singh. So just like a lion who has achieved a milestone, looks back in the history, looks back what he has traveled, what he has traversed, and then takes course of his action, then decides his course of action and takes the leap. Probably this is the moment we are celebrating 57th Foundation Day, and very soon we will be on the threshold of celebrating Diamond Jubilee of our institute. So congratulations, best wishes to all of you, and sincere thanks, sincere gratitude towards all those who have shaped this institute. The Galaxy is sitting over here, they are with us. So pranam to all of you. I extend my best wishes to all of you. So far as the inception of CIIL is concerned, we know that it was in a particular context. Probably that was the 3-language formula and the implementation of language policy. It is very difficult so far as the Indian situation is concerned, and we know that India represents diversity of languages. In each respect there is diversity, but language is more presents that kind of diversity. There is a famous saying that kosa kosa pe pani badre dasa kosa pe vani. So this is the rich heritage of our country, that we have many languages. Even if there are 22 scheduled languages, there could be many more which are not yet articulated there, and they are waiting for that. So in this situation, what should be the language planning, status planning, corpus planning, many facets, and probably CIIL right from the beginning is helping the central government and also all the state governments in effective implementation of the language policy, which is the part of educational policy itself also in our context. Apart from that, the institute has played several roles, but when we look into the inception of this institute, I feel very proud to inform you a few things. Professor S.M. Katre, Sumitra Mangesh Katre, he is the Janaka, he is the father of modern linguistics in India. He is instrumental in spreading modern linguistics in India. It was the re-establishment or the Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute, which is named here. It was not so before. It was just a college, an institute, but it was revived as Postgraduate Research Institute in 1939, and Professor S.M. Katre was heading the institute. He was a great linguist returning from US, and at that time Mr. Kanti Chaudhary, who was instrumental in establishment of this institute, had dialogue with Professor S.M. Katre also, what should be the situation, and many suggestions were extended by Professor Katre. So he played, the first director of our institute played vital role in establishment of CIIL, and today I am very happy that the present director of this institute is our colleague, is Professor of Linguistics at Deccan College. So we have this kind of bondage right from the beginning of this institute. The first center, the regional center WRLC, that was established in Pune at Deccan College campus only, and it is doing very progressive work. So this is the bondage probably these two institutions have, and maybe this is one of the reasons why I was invited here for this function. So thanks to Professor Shailendra Mohan, and I look forward to continued collaboration between these two institutes. Again, I would like to say a few words that come to my mind regarding the mission and the work that is being done at CIIL. We know that it is probably working in the situation of Indian languages, and the focus is that to create harmonious relationship and to create harmony, to foster the harmony between among all these languages by promoting minor languages, minority languages, and also the tribal languages. So the benchmarks of our success are already before the nation. So we talk about the Indian languages. So what is the situation today? We need to understand. So far as the significance, if we want to spread the significance, disseminate the significance of Indian languages. First of all, we all know that since time immemorial there were many languages, and Sanskrit is one of those ancient languages of our country. It is the binding force. If I say that, it will not be exaggeration, that it binds, it is a unifying force. No doubt there are many languages, but Sanskrit is exerting kind of influence on all the languages. In ancient time also, now we are talking about the decolonization and many other challenges, but if we want to have that kind of aim before us and effectively achieve it, we need to understand our own linguistic tradition and our own language scenario in the past. Utmost importance was given to the language. It was not only considered as the means of communication, which is of course naturally it is understood, but it was not only that in the tradition. Bhartrihari in his Vakyapadiya has elevated it to the level of Shabda Brahma. And in the practical way also, Dandi, famous poet of Sanskrit, he says that idamandham jagat kursanam jayeta bhuvanatrayam yadi shabda bhayam jyotihi asamsaram na dipyate. He says that the entire world would be dark, doom-darked, had there not been the light in the form of language. Look at that. So language is that which allows us to perceive the world. Without language, the world would not be the world. He says that. Idamandham tamak kursanam jayeta bhuvanatrayam. And he says, Shabda, the speech, the language is nothing but it is a light which illuminates the entire universe for us. And this is the idea coming from Vedas. In the Vedas also we have early speculations about the importance of the language. And utmost importance was given to this tradition. Now language preservation and other things, they are actually we are doing in that field. But were there any technologies of preserving language? Certainly there were. Because the Vedas or the sacred literature, it was not only meant for recitation, but it is handed over from one generation to the other generation in the oral tradition in a very meticulous way. The care was taken that there should not be any alteration while reciting the Vedas. So even smallest divergence, even smallest mistake was not tolerated. Even matra, visarga, bindu, phonemic, smallest unit also was not tolerated to be changed. And hair-based alteration, change was not tolerated. That was the importance attached to the utterance of the speech, utterance of the language, and out of which many sciences, ancillary sciences, they developed. And in fact, we have to understand them as language preservation technologies in those early days. See, look at the Vedas. What are Vedas? They are sacred texts, but it is a continuous utterance. Agni mele purohitam yajna sadeva mrutvijam. But Padapathas, they analyzed the continuous utterance into padas. Padas are the words. So they very systematically analyzed the utterance. Entire sentence into padas, that is words into the smallest unit, akshara, varna, like that. And Padapat is the text where utterance is divided very systematically. They understood the word boundaries and what are the changes at word final position, all the euphonic changes, they were noted down. So they arrived at from sentence to the word. Again, in each word, each phoneme, each and every phoneme was to be uttered in a particular way, without changing even a smallest part of it. Had it been so, it would create difference of meaning. Ekaha shabdaha sushtu prayukto svargaloke cha kamaduk bhavati. Patanjali and the tradition says that even a single word uttered properly will lead you to heaven. So this kind of importance was attached to the utterance, to the speech, out of which the shikshas and pratishakyas emerged. They literally are the documents, monuments of our phonemic inventory of that utterance of that language at that time. And everybody knows the area, this area, particular area, phonetics, phonology, to which the pratishakhas and shikshas have contributed a lot. So there were many things like that to preserve the language into word, into phoneme, and also lexicography, which we must take cognizance of. Nirukta as and when the Vedas, the Vedic tradition was probably diminishing and the Vedic words were fallen into disuse, Nirukta or Nighantu, they made the first attempt to compile the difficult words. They should not be changed. They should not be gone into disuse and will not be understood by anybody. So they made an attempt to make the list of difficult words of the Vedas. Probably that is the first inventory of words, collection of words, we can say the dictionary. But it was not the limit. They didn't stop there. They commented on each and every word. Nirukta comes to comment on, provide commentary on each and every word and trying to derive the word from the root. So he doesn't leave any word derived without derivation. He goes to the root word. And many principles of phonology, other sound change, and those things are found probably in the texts of Nirukta and Nighantu. So these were the attempts, probably all the Vedangas and ancillary texts, they were nothing but they were meant to preserve the language in the way they want, in the way they could do, the best way they could do. But the pinnacle of language study that we find in Panini, and it is recognized, it is acclaimed, it is celebrated by entire world. Look at words of Bloomfield in his famous book Language 1962, he says it is the greatest monument of human intellect. What is there in the Ashtadhyayi? For the first time we have this model of grammar. Of course there were predecessors of Panini, makers of Panini were there, but actual model of analyzing language, the entire continuous utterance into its padas and varnas, that probably we find in Panini. It cannot be called a generative model in the sense that we know today, but certainly it had some principles of generative grammar, no doubt. It is a model of certain rules and exceptions to derive the words. And of course, there will be several articles and several research papers on Panini, right from introduction to his achievement. So you can search that. I just wanted to draw your attention to this in Indian linguistic tradition, which is very important to know when we talk about Bharatiyatva, bringing indigenousness into our study. So this is worth understanding. This is worth knowing the Indian tradition itself, and probably this is the area where India has contributed a lot. So what happened to the language study in ancient India? Probably that is the that demands crucial focus today as far as this present scenario is concerned, and more particularly the NEP 2020, which is being implemented all over the country now. So it has particular focus on Indian knowledge system. Of course, we have panel discussions on that, so there will be many points for discussion in that panel itself. But only few things come to my mind, that the NEP 2020 is more flexible than the earlier attempts, than the earlier policies. This everybody is accepting probably. And in this scenario, we'll have to look at the ancient languages of India. And perceptions, there can be many perceptions about Indian languages, Sanskrit, Prakrit, Pali, what is the nature, what happened, whether they are mutually, collaborating with each other, or they are the diverse languages giving rise to different languages as such, and many issues are there. But we need to understand our own text for that. What was the position of Sanskrit? What was the position of Prakrit and Pali languages? In Naishadhya Charita, there is a famous quotation. Naishadhya Charita, we know that it is an epic, famous epic, and Nala and Damayanti, their Swayamvara that goes on, and Damayanti Swayamvara is being described there, and kings from various parts of the country are assembled there. Damayanti is yet to come. They are sitting in the kind of waiting room. So what should they do till Damayanti comes? They want to have dialogue, have conversation among themselves. But what should be the language? One is coming from this area, other is coming from that area. They have their different languages. So was there any lingua franca they communicated, in which probably the Naishadhya Charita says, Anyonya bhasha navavod bhite. they didn't understand each other's mutual languages, so they resorted to Sanskrit. And while Damayanti was to come, in the meantime they conversed in Sanskrit. So was not Sanskrit assuming the place of lingua franca at that time? We need to understand that. There are many references. In Varanga Charita, one another epic, the poet says that, of course it is a description of Kashmir and the related area, historical poetry. There he says, Pratyavasam lasati vachaha sanskrutam prakrutam cha. Avasa is home, house. Pratyavasam, at every, in every home, in every house, there were languages easily spoken, prakrutam sanskrutam cha. Prakrit dialects were there, and also Sanskrit was also employed in their day-to-day conversation. So this multilingual situation, whether they were in harmonious, what was the harmonious relation among them, that we need to explore when we are facing new challenges. And probably CIIL se hame umeed hai, we have this expectations from CIIL that it will take into consideration the ancient linguistic tradition, the ancient Indian linguistic situation, socio-linguistic situation that was there in the past. So these are the few things which come to my mind, and I wanted to share with you. So probably what we do next, that is already guideline is given by Professor Uday Narayan Singh over here. What are the new challenges? AI, using different apps, and Deccan College is also ready to collaborate with CIIL in many ways, in many possible ways. That is the need of time today. And in the dictionary project, Sanskrit dictionary project that is being at Deccan College, we have undertaken this project, and I'm happy to inform you that we have also changed our policies now. From card lexicography, we have moved to digital lexicography, thanks to the DST government of India for providing us grants, making this kind of changeover. And Kosha Shri, please don't Google right now, please wait for 1 or 2 months. That portal will be ready on your mobiles and laptops, where you can access the Sanskrit dictionary, which has published 36 volumes, 600 pages, and still there is a great task we have to achieve. There are 22 lakh words with 1 crore references we have to edit yet. So it is divided into 3 parts. Koshashri, the legacy volumes that will be available with searchable engines. So one can go with the first member, second member. See, you go to the printed dictionaries, encyclopedia. Headword is the only way to access the book, to access the treasure. But now on the digital portal you can access through many ways. How many adjectives are there, where the word restricted to Kalidas period, Shankaracharya period. Suppose you want to work on the word Agni, where it is occurring first time, in which period, in which text, everything you can have. So there will be search from text, authors, periods, chronological periods, the branches, 62 branches, Natya, Kavya, epics, Mahabharata, Purana, Veda, Vedanga, wherever. So it will be more visible and more usable. So I would like you all to come to visit the Deccan College and visit the portal, which will be launched very soon. So with these few words, I would like to honor the limits of time and stop here with great profuse gratitude towards the present director and all of you for listening to my speech. Thank you. I wish best wishes to the institute. Thank you.
Since you mentioned the word Agni, which is always Sakshi to speech, I
Yeah.
requested Professor Uday, please bring back the lamp which was there.
Yeah.
Because it is Sakshi, it is the deity
Yes.
of speech, right?
Yes, yes.
Ninad and
Y-
pe-
yes.
It's there. So I was telling
Agni
you,
Sakshikam.
Let's not have Agni. It is
Yeah.
speech. Agni is the deity.
Deity,
the
yes.
presiding deity for speech.
Yeah.
And I think we should not have removed that lamp, but it has happened. But we will
Yeah.
bring it back.
Yes.
We'll bring back the deity into the picture.
On Agni, Professor Rachdev has reminded me, more than 100 meanings are attested in our dictionary. More than 100 meanings. See, there is, this kind of translation is very difficult for us. There are many words in Sanskrit which hardly are translatable into English or any other language which is not culturally related to India. So when we explain Agni, columns and columns of the dictionary was printed, went on, and more than 100 meanings of Agni are available. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Prasad Joshi. We are deeply thankful for your presence and for the meaningful message you've shared with us. Now, we appreciate your attention so far. Now we will have a short break. Please take this opportunity to fresh yourself with a cup of tea. And I request all to reconvene at time. Thank you all. After the tea break, there will be an address by our special guest, Professor Rajesh Sachdeva. celebrations. There is a slight change in the schedule. Instead of Professor Rajesh Sachdeva, we will have Dr. D.P. Patnaik take the, it's, okay. Dr. D.P. Patnaik will join us online in virtual mode. Before I request him to speak, I would like to give a very brief introduction of... Okay then, sir. Okay. Sir, I now... So, Dr. D.P. Patnaik is a renowned Indian linguist and the founding director of the Central Institute of Indian Languages. A scholar with a doctorate in linguistics from Cornell University. He was instrumental in the inclusion of Bodo in the 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution and in securing classical language status for Oriya. An author of numerous works on language and education, Dr. Patnaik has been honored with the Padma Shri in 1987 and other prestigious awards for his contributions. His visionary leadership continues to influence the development and preservation of India's linguistic diversity. Now, may I have the honor to request Dr. Patnaik to please share a few words with us.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I am grateful to Dr. Shailendra Mohan for inviting me to this conference. I am also grateful to him. Although they asked me not to come, they permitted me to speak to you virtually. I was the founder director of the institute. As the founder director, there are many new things that happened because it was department of the government of India. It is the language division of the government of India was started by me. Therefore, for the next 20 years that I served there, I served under 11 prime ministers, beginning from Indira Gandhi to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, an equal number of education ministers. Some stayed for a few days, some stayed for a few months. It was a great challenge because I had to write the first book on language policy of the government of India and the first book on book policy of the government of India. The book policy was highly praised by the UN because no other state has produced such a document. In any case, what is great is that in that language policy document, I had stated that CIIL would act as a bridge among states and the union territories. Because Indian language is known for its diversity, therefore it was very important that language synthesis is brought about, and that is why the policy and planning must help language use. Language use in education, administration and mass communication was the most important challenge before us in a diverse world, and we started almost everything. Whatever is happening today in language and linguistics was started by the CIIL at that time. We started sociolinguistics, psycholinguistics, computational linguistics, everything we started at that time. And what is great was that I was the first non-IAS additional secretary of the government of India. Because this is very important, because of the relationship of the CIIL with the government on the one hand and with the states on the other, it was very important that the position of the director of the CIIL was well known. I remember when I joined the government of India, V.K. Rao was the education minister. He told me, Patnaik, you have joined as the director, we'll make you the head of the department. I laughed. He said, why did you laugh? I said, because I have already become head of the department of the university. He said, no, there is hell and difference between the head of the department of the university and head of the department of government of India. He said, is there anyone bring a copy of the delegation of financial power rules? He gave me a copy. I found that the director had so much power that he could do lots of things even without going to the secretary. In any case, whatever has been done by the CIIL has been told by the previous speakers. I don't want to go into it. I want to only say that as a bridge among these things, we not only solved the Bodo problem. Whichever state had a problem, they were asked to see us. Himachal Pradesh has a problem in Urdu and Pahadi. We were called upon to solve it. We sorted it out. Maharashtra had the problem over Sindhi, that really Tripura, Bishnupuri. Many states and union territories have many kinds of problems, and we tried to sort it out. We were called upon to look after them and sort it out. Therefore, I think it is very important that linguistics being the foundation of language use, linguistics we also started the summer schools and winter schools. Deccan College was one of the major centers of linguistics at that time. Not only that, we also helped create a new linguistics department in Delhi, in Hyderabad, in Bangalore, in many places of the country. So this is very important. What is more important was the harmonious relationship among the diverse languages of India was one of the greatest challenges, because the language and literature interfaces were therefore very important, and we tried to do our best to do these things. The one thing that I would like to point out is that language is slowly has lost its original virtues. Now people swear by the name of mother language, but they do not know what mother language is. I have asked many people what is mother language. Nobody has been able to tell me. They say a language that I learned from the mother is the mother language. I said Lord Krishna had two mothers, and he had two mother tongues. And Sri Ram had three mothers, he had three mother tongues. So, and I gave the example of my student Vijay Prasad Mahapatra, who married a Tamil girl. They spoke English at home among themselves, and I helped them getting a job in Calcutta in the Government of India Language Division, where if you open the door and window, there is only Bengali. and there they were given a house by the Gurkha security man. The children were born. To look after the children, they had to have a Hindustani ayah. The children grew up with 6 languages: Oriya, Tamil, English, Bengali, Hindi, Hindustani, Gurkhali. These 6 languages children grew away from the day they were born. And all these 6, I consider them as their mother tongue. What is important is that when we started to speak about multilingual education, it is unfortunate that until today the Indian education system has not been designated as multilingual education system. We speak about teaching many languages, but this system itself is not designated as multilingual education system. Therefore, what is important is that when we talk about multilingual education and look at bilingualism and multilingualism, we find the difference between our viewpoint and the Western viewpoint. We have been deeply influenced by the Western viewpoint because of English. The Jawaharlal Nehru took English as the language of knowledge, language of development, and therefore we grew up our told that though so there will be a lot to be said about the work that has been done and work that needs to be done. But I would only say that 2 things. One thing is that CIIL should know that it is not an ordinary, autonomous or even government supported department. It is the language division of the Government of India. The second thing is that it is the only organization which has to work in the area of language use and language synthesis. If we can go ahead with these 2 things, the great tradition that CIIL has set up so far will proceed further, and I hope that the Government of India would help the CIIL to grow to greater heights, and the CIIL should also work towards it. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik, for sharing with us your experience and initiatives on this auspicious occasion. CIIL as an institution will always be grateful for your initiatives and contribution and the role that you played in founding this prestigious institution. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Now, moving on to the next program, we have an address by our special guest, Professor Rajesh Sachdeva. Before I invite him to the stage, let me give a few introduction about Professor Rajesh Sachdeva. It is an honor to introduce Professor Rajesh Sachdeva. He is a leading voice in language preservation. Professor Rajesh Sachdeva is a distinguished linguist and former director of Central Institute of Indian Languages in Mysore. He has significantly impacted the fields of social linguistics, language policy, and multilingualism. His career includes professorship at CIIL and Northeastern Hill University. He is a passionate advocate for mother tongues, actively working to preserve and develop indigenous languages. His efforts were especially impacted in Northeast India, where he helped develop local languages and establish a crucial data bank for Naga languages. Professor Sachdeva frequently shares his expertise in language planning, particularly in the context of Northeast India. We are privileged to have him today with us. Now I request Professor to kindly come and address us.
I hope I don't shake it. Om Shri Guruve Namah. Om Sarvahit Jintakaya Namah. We begin this entire coming together of the institute and with a prayer from Shankaracharya's Nirvana Shatkam about the Mano Buddhi Ahankara Chaitani Naham that had happened, telling us that who are we? We are not this mind, body, intellect, or the categories that are labeled onto us. We are just that which is the deep awareness, watching, witness, withstanding us beyond the three states of being awake or being in dream or even beyond deep sleep, right? The ever aware, the ever awakened, the one who's forever, eternally there. That's us to be discovered. That's why in the teachings of our Shastras we are told you have to rediscover who you are. Because you're caught up in the world, brought up, and you're in this. There's a beautiful verse in Vivek Chudamani. I don't know whether I'll be able to rattle off the entire text, but let me attempt if I can, because it says, Jati niti kul gotra dhurkam Nam rupa gun dosha varjitam Desha kala vishayavati tattvamasi bhavayatmani. I think Prasad Joshi ji should be able to correct the time I may have missed me. Okay, this is the first of those things. It's a time when Shankaracharya is asking us to meditate on to who we are. And today is a day of introspection, of sort of rekindling a passion in us, rethinking, redesigning, rebuilding, because an institution is an idea. It is something that we have all sort of brought together to attend to our own national things. And I'm very happy. The address by Dr. Panika, he was very kind in reminding us that the national service that the institute has done, that is an institution wedded to nation building. So on that sense, when he's saying, and today we are living in a world where people are talking about language very loosely, loose-tongued, loose-headed. Utterances get made all the time. Oh, this language is not mine, this is the thing. All kinds of it from various quarters. No state is free of bias. And all of us are getting to target the others and the otherness of the others and things like that. As though I'm my language. You are not. As though you're your mind, you're not. As though you're your intellect, you're not. So you are not all that you think your labels have been. It is the unconditioned way of looking into the reality. Free yourself from bias, because when Shankaracharya is saying jati, niti, kula, gotra, durgam, you are not your jati, you are not your niti, you are not your kula, you are not your gotram. You are not your gunas, you are not your thing. You are not bound by time and space. You are something more eternal, more purer to be found, to discover that oneness. So the entire idea is to feel a sense of oneness for the entire creative things in that. Okay, so this institute, as we all know it, began in '69. I joined this institute from Deccan College. I had done my master's in '72, and '73 I came to join this institute. And it was a very different experience. I had lived all my life in different parts of the country, and suddenly I came here, I became aware of the idea of a diverse India. I'm saying I was an educated man, but when I came here, did I know there are things called the Nagas are there, and there are Angamis and Aos and Poms and Changs and Santams and all that. You have not heard this. Nobody hears these things in your lives there. Suddenly, or there are Abhijamariyas, or there are people in Ladakh doing this, or people in Andaman are there, or Nicobar they are there. Just all this idea of the diversity of this country. We are not. You know, I was looking into one statistics. 80% of Indians don't move beyond their own state. They live confined within their own state boundaries. I wish I would be corrected if I'm wrong, but this is just the statistics which was available, that people remain, people from Karnataka, they live in Mysore, Srirangapatnam, Mandya, Bangalore, Tirupati, Ashte, Aitu, Mugitu, life Jigvana Mugitu. So people are born, bottom of Tamil Nadu, they remain confined there. People in Maharashtra remain confined. There are, of course, you find a Vihari workers, this worker, you may say many people are, but that is only one subset of the population that is doing this mobility. A lot of Indians are immobile or stay confined to their own states and all that. They remain. And that's why even the multilingualism figures in the census are not as large as we expect them to be. We talk about just maybe 25% people are reported to be bilingual or multilingual, and 10% odd are shown as trilingual and all that. Partly it's in the methodology, partly it's in the methodology of inquiry, partly it's in what we think what language is, and we are biased to underreport our own multilingualism. For instance, we call the family of Hindi mother tongues as one language, right? So knowing Maithili and Hindi is not considered being bilingual. Or knowing say something like Rajasthani and Hindi is not considered bilingualism. So in one sense, that's not a very scientific way of looking at it. All those are people, whether you're an Avdi speaker or a Bhojpuri speaker and you know your Hindi, they may be in diglossic relationship of sorts. One may be used for formal and the other may be used in informal ways, but they are in many senses too this thing. And if a version like Uriel Weinreich, who talked about languages in contact, he said it doesn't make any difference to the human mind where the languages come into contact, whether you have two dialects of the same language or you have two distinct languages, right? It doesn't make, there are two systems at play, right? The coexistence of coming into being of the system. So that kind of a thing. So in some sense we have underreported our multilingual. So I'm talking of the social mobility, how we are, what is this idea of India that sort of we lived through, and the role that the institute was envisioned to play in bringing what they said. If you read the EFC document of the institute when it was set up, it talks about discovering our oneness across diversity of languages and about promoting emotional integration in the people. So this whole idea of unity in diversity should not be a cliched term. It should become a lived experience. People should have a chance to discover each other's diversity. Education should be about making people aware of what diversity is there. Recently there was this controversy about Kamala Hassan making statements about Kannada having become, or as though a daughter of Tamil or something. I think partly it is, he has fallen prey to the way we have been talking about linguistics. Historical linguistics talks about family of languages, and then we talk of mother language, daughter language and stuff like that. To me that was just, that's a model way. It's not as if that is reality, right? That's not, that's just a conception, a way of talking about diversity. So the idea, when you say there are 4 language families in this country, there is a Tibeto-Burman family, right? There is the Austroasiatic family, and there is the Dravidian family and Indo-Aryan family. Yes, it means language was born from 4 different sources at one time, right? You can't say Tamil is older than Sanskrit. You can never say it's older than Santali. You can't say it's older than Tibetan. They are different sources, right? They are 4 independent sources, right? There's no way, no linguist on earth, no scientist can tell me that Sanskrit is older than Santali. You may have produced texts, you may have brought in things, and Santali were oral society lay away from you. They may not have texts to say, but that doesn't make them Santali any less ancient than they are, right? So this entire idea of chronology, who's older, who's more ancient, who's this thing, is all up for people to play into the diversity or saying things. So this whole idea, how language, to me, Kannada or Telugu or Malayalam or Tamil are just diversification of one becoming other and other in different contexts, right? There is a natural thing in going on in language. You cannot stop language from changing. Language changes over time, all languages, and then they change inside through themselves. They come into contact with some other groups. The contact results in other things. So there are various conditions around you. People are moving around and diversifying over time, right? And that's why Krishna Kumar, he was the head of the NCRT director. When we were here doing one meet on UNESCO on multilingual education, he said multilingualism is a civilizational construct. It's not anybody's creation. All of us over centuries and centuries and centuries of coexistence have come together and brought about multilingualism around. The sense of unity that has come over us across diversity has been born. It's all a part of centuries and centuries of being together, right? So let's acknowledge and let's feel humble, and let's not allow leaders who are more and less dealers of power to take center stage and misguide us into thinking about language. We will not fall prey to that. That's one thing. As a thinker, don't allow political discourse to come in the way of your thinking about things in the society. On the contrary, if they want to listen to you, they will not. They are much too proud to be influenced by our thinking, but we must not be influenced by them either when they take that turn. I'm not saying this institute on this foundation day was set up with this idea of creating a sense of unity, and we decided to do programs. We have all these centers, across. But sadly, and we must note this, we are sort of standing today dismembered, right? Unheeded. So many of our centers are not having the number of people that they ought to have. Many of our positions are lying vacant. Many of those things are happening. So the strengthening of the institute is the government's duty. A tax-paying country must find ways and money to strengthen its own institutions. This is only one institute in such a large, diverse country. With so many hundreds and hundreds of mother tongues, you are pledging that you want to safeguard the heritage of this country, and there's one key institution. Are we not a little worried that we are not allocating resources, time and personnel? Dr. Pandikar said that, CIIL created hopes in the community of linguists when jobs were there. But do you think that today that hope is there, of the kind that is needed? A country that awaits new changes, a country that is talking new education policy, doing multilingual education, do we have positions and are we pledged enough to ensure that people will be found to attend to the language woes of this country and the problems of this country? CIIL, the centers were set up the objective was to cater to the paucity of men and materials in language education. Now there is plenty of paucity now. We don't have materials. Manpower development is the key to the development of languages. Languages will not develop if you just document them and describe them and keep them away in dictionaries and all that. You need human resources from within different communities to come and engage. This country taught the whole world linguistics, right? The whole world learned linguistics because India came up with the science of language, right? They understood that language in its nature is endangered. It's not endangered. Language discourse is now the new cow to milk. Okay? This is an old discourse. The oldest discourse in this country on languages, that language is by in its nature, speech is vulnerable. It will change and we need to safeguard it. We need to look into it. So they developed all the Vedangas. At that time the treasure was the Vedas, the spoken, all those texts that were available. And they wanted to create knowledge systems to safeguard that. And they came up with the idea, we need to have all the words. So Nirukta, the whole idea of the systems, or the dictionary making, you can say, was one thing that they said they had to do. They came up with Shiksha, that everything has a pronunciation. It is chanted differently. We must put that. We must have idea of describing all the entire phonetic systems, right? Is evolved. That's why our scripts are arranged with the ka, kha, ga, gha, nga, cha, cha, ja, in a beautifully scientifically designed phonetic basis, right? And we had Shiksha, and we had Nirukta, and we had the crowning glory of it all, Vyakaran, right? Papani's Ashtadhyay. Joshi is here. The greatest monument, and the whole idea that you can actually discover the computational procedures that go on in the making of the structures in your mind, right? Discovering everything and beautifully encoded and brought out in mnemonic ways to cater to an oral tradition, right? So, ting, an, pam, padam, that's the way the pada is defined, right? Kitna beautiful. Oh, kala, ach, hrasva, dirgha, pulta. The entire idea of that whole way that language was to be taught and brought about, it was for oral, predominantly oral society, safeguarding the oral thing. The entire grammatical tradition evolves in that, and the world is right. We have discovered the entire idea of what is the inner principles of cognitive apparatus that are in that. In India, the study of language was central to many. It was seen, of course, in Bhartaris you find, Chomsky was giving a talk to us from Aligarh University, and he was to talk on language and cognition. He says, this country, where Bhartari has come, the man who saw the connection between language and cognition so clearly and transparently. Am I here? Can I even be arrogant enough to say that I'm going to talk about language and cognition and ever think of not saying? Even in his when he wrote his aspects of theory of syntax, in his preface he says that, look, my generative grammar is doing what Panini had done, right? He in fact gave himself a certificate in the process, actually, to my mind. He stamped his own work with a higher this thing by saying so. But the idea that this country, and code was not only central to communication, it was seen as related to the whole cognition, communication, and the entire consciousness itself. Into the beyond, from where the speech erupted. The speech comes from where they were. And they were allied to the cosmos. The entire creation was seen as creation, cosmos, consciousness, code functioning, communication, codification going on. Everything was seen as one large process happening, into which language is seen as contributing to that. Therefore, Anybody who wants to seriously talk about India's linguistic heritage or safeguard it must draw on its own apparatus and beautifully codified knowledge systems. I'm sure what had happened in Sanskrit, the kind of work that was done in Tamil, in Tolakapir and others, there were great learning experience there. There are works in Tibetan, which are extremely enriching, which also have an informed view on what is language, right? So the whole study of languages, the study of diversification of languages, the encoding of what goes on, all this is available, richly available in this. Now the sadder aspect, like I said, the problems of this institute are, we are lying, dismembered, many of our, we don't have the manpower that we ought to have. A country like this should have at least 500 people working today in this institute, over across the centers, minimum. The kind of work that has to be done is needed. Minimum of that many people should be around. You have to draw the brightest of the minds now into it. I was accidentally a physics honors and mathematics distinction holder in my BSc, by the way. So that is just a chance, and a chance element I came into Deccan College and did this. And I was telling Prasadji, look, I went to the premier institute at that time, the Deccan College, and I had the best of the teachers like Professor Mahindale and Gadge and Kelkar and all those people. And yet you people never taught me Indian linguistics there. You taught me American linguistics. You taught me Bloomfield, you taught me Hall and Hockett and Block and Traeger and whatever it was. You denied me what was my right. I think there is a need. One of the first key functions of CIIL is to coordinate the activity of all language work that goes on in this country, including universities, tribal institutes and all that. I would plead with the director of the institute, get people from across linguistics departments together again. Let's rethink, let's rebuild. And not only talk about linguistics in the post, let's take linguistics to colleges, let's take it to schools, let's take it to primary schools. The study of language there, where the children are generating things all the time. There you need to have a more informed pedagogy. Today, although we are talking about multilingual education, a truly multilingual education must be several languages functioning simultaneously as choices as medium, not as subjects alone. I would want to go to a school where I can choose to have Kannada medium or English medium simultaneously. I should not, you can't deny me. You can't tell me you can go either to this or to that. No, I want both. And that's the minimum that I need. Long back, there was a person from physics department who came here and talked about Johnson. He was actually one of the persons who could have been nominated for a Nobel Prize in physics. He was talking, he said, if somebody tells me I cannot do my physics in Tamil, it's not because he doesn't know Tamil, it's because he doesn't know physics. So that is it. So all subjects can be taught, and there's this thing called the principle of expressibility by John Searle, right? That whatever can be meant can be said, right? You can enrich your language in a way to say whatever you want to mean. So no language can be starved of that enrichment procedure. So I think this institute has to build up this entire process of rethinking, rebuilding, pushing the case for more languages as mediums simultaneously. I also know that the whole idea of a language as a subject is totally dubious. Language in its nature is a medium of communication. To reduce it to so-called subject is undoing it. And in our schools today, we are only testing written language because it's convenient to test. Nobody is testing spoken, well it is. Nobody is testing the number of, what is my idea of my multilingualism? To what extent have I become multilingual? And people are trying to work their ways. No, don't teach Hindi, don't teach this thing, don't teach all that. We are being denied the rights to be Indian fully. A child has right to mother tongue. No wonder. That's his first right. He also has the right to the official language of the state. And he has the right to the official language of the union. They are part of his linguistic rights. A Tamil child has the right to access Hindi and English in schools. That is his right. You are denying him that. So remember that we must not allow the politicians to think. We must think with them. We must build with them. We must rework them. And an apex body like CIIL should play the key role in conscientizing the nation about what our language matters and rebuilding and rethinking and redesigning courses and work in partnership. I would plead with an institute like this to pick up more teaching courses. Don't remain only research center. Plow yourself back into human resource development, and with somebody like you are here there in Deccan College, let's do a B.Ed program or something for 200 students or 150 students in Pune, in our WRLC in Deccan College and Department of Linguistics, teaching them what is language education and teaching them a language as one component of that program, so that they know when they experience a new language as learners, but other things about what are language teaching, language learning, language testing, listening, material building, all that should be done, and we should have two daily people in different centers consuming and getting a degree at the end of it or something or rewarding. And across our centers, we should build up that, and we should take a leadership in this country to develop men and materials that will cater to an emerging. There's a lot more to be said on multilingual education, but since this is a time-bound event, we had apportioned a lot of it. I may have already over-consumed it, so I would just say thank you so much for being here, and I rededicate. That's the parting word. Many people of my colleagues have passed away in the last few years, right? So people like Dr. Tirumale, Narasimha Rao, Dr. Handu, his wife Mrs. Handu, Gyan Sundaram, and many people in the last. So I just take a thing, even Dr. Kapha, whose birthday was on 17th of July, who is today, he's no more. Let's observe 20 seconds of silence in remembering the people who have parted but who have contributed to the growth of this thing. Let's just do 20 seconds of silence and prayers for all our colleagues who have passed away. Hari Om. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak.
Thank you, Professor Sachdeva, for sharing with us your thoughts on Indian languages. May you continue to do the good work you have done for many Indian languages, especially mother tongues and the lesser known languages in India. Moving on to the next program, we have another special guest today who will be speaking to us, and he is none other than Professor C.G. Venkateshamurthy, who many of us know him. So before I invite him to speak to us, let me say a few words about him. Professor C.G. Venkateshamurthy, as distinguished academician and researcher with a long career in education, he served as Dean, Research and Professor of Education at the Regional Institute of Education, RIE, Mysore, and which is a part of NCERT. And he also served briefly as Director, Additional in Charge of Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysore. He was instrumental in national programs like Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, which is SSA, and the Midday Meal Scheme, contributing to quality monitoring and curriculum development across southern states. He contributed his expertise in the fields of teaching, research and guidance, curriculum development, policy and monitoring. Now may I invite Professor Venkateshamurthy to speak to us.
Esteemed dignitaries available here, my colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very happy Foundation Day to all of you on this wonderful occasion. I would like to make a few observations as a student of psychology and education, and also somebody who is very passionate about languages in my own way. Kindly permit me to use both Kannada and English. ಭಾಷೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಭಾಷೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದಂತಹ ಶಬ್ದ ನಾವು ಬಳಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ. ಬಹಳ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಅದು, ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ವಿಪರ್ಯಾಸ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನ ಬಹಳ ಸಮೃದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾದ ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಹಳ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆದಂಥದ್ದು, ಸಮಾಜದ ಸ್ತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇದು ಭಾಷೆ. ಇದರ ಗೊಂದಲ ತುಂಬ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಲಾರ್ದು. ಐಡಿಯಲಿ Indian languages are meant to connect people and to bring a feeling of Indianness. ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯತೆ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಅಸ್ಮಿತೆ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಷೆಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಅದಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಶಕ್ತಿ. A federal structure like ours still needs a transparent, robust and persuasively convincing language policy. I wish I am wrong, because if we were to have that today, we would not have got into lots of issues and conflicts. And the most disturbing thing is, on all academic, intellectual and domain specific areas where people in the field have to take decisions, it is the judiciary which will have to come and to say what is right, what is not right. That is a paradox of our situation today. Our conflicting political views about the three language, and many states now talking about two languages. No, we are only happy and satisfied with two languages. Where are we heading? A country like this, where for all these years we have talked about three language policy, politicians are today willing to say that no, we are not willing to buy this argument anymore. What is our role? The existence of regional language centers was basically to promote the three language policy. That was our stand, that was our policy. There is something definitely disturbing today when it comes to languages. Now, in NEP 2020, it has already talked about Pali, Persian and Prakrit as classical languages way back in 2020, while it got the classical language tag in 2025. Look at what is happening. Even in policy documents, can we afford to write things which are not right? Is an issue for all of us to think. I think one solution that we can think for some of these things is, I had this idea when I was a director for a short period here, that the CIIL must be able to bring out a national document related to language policy, such that all MLAs, all MPs, all policy makers must be able to understand that these are the clear things that we have in this country, and there shall be no contradictions about it, and let there be no conflicts about it. We should be able to bring out. In fact, I remember I had told Dr. Tariq Khan, and we had initiated that. A TOR was also prepared, and we wanted to commission that, and we wanted a set of linguists to come out with a document which we wanted to share it with all the MLAs, MPs in the country, so that they know what it is. So much of confusion, and each one of us think that we can talk about languages. And the linguists are a minority in this country, I would say, on matters related to social policy, and we have a low and a less voice, and our voice is not being heard as much as other politicians talk. Today, it is the politicians who take decisions, they call a shot. They take decisions about what should happen on languages, and the linguists, I'm sure we are all being sidelined. What's happening? Can we not think of coming out with a document on languages for a dissemination with all these people, so that people understand the position of languages, and there shall be no conflicts anymore. It can develop clarity and minimize unwanted controversies. Unfortunately, this is what is happening. Now, NEP in its 4.16 under languages also says every student in the country, let me just reproduce, in the country will participate in a fun project or activity, the languages of India, sometimes in grades 6 to 8, such as under the Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat initiative. In this project or activity, students will learn about the remarkable unity of most of the major Indian languages, starting with their common phonetic and scientifically arranged alphabets and scripts, their common grammatical structures, their origins and sources of vocabularies from Sanskrit and other classical languages, as well as the rich influences and differences. This aspiration requires a national level visioning activity to develop a roadmap that should align with the national curriculum framework. A lot of material development, a lot of training of teachers needs to be done. It is required. These aspirations have implications for teacher education programs, both pre-service and in-service teacher education programs. NCRT, NCTE will have to be taken on board, get into MOUs, start working on that direction. This is another coordinate that we cannot afford to ignore. NEP 2020 also, as I said, has talked about, in addition to Sanskrit, other classical languages and literatures of India, including Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Odia, Pali, Persian and Prakrit will also be widely available in schools as options for students, possibly as online modules. See, so many things that we are talking about, through experiential and innovative approaches to ensure that these languages and literature stay alive and vibrant. Well, it will be still possible for us to look into other classical languages like the Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Odia, even Marathi. But then my concern is about making Pali, Persian and Prakrit available to the school students is a big question. It may be still taught in many universities, Pali, Prakrit and Persian, but I don't know, I'm afraid, how is it that we'll be able to navigate in this direction in making it available to the school children. There are lots of challenges that we'll have to consider. CIIL has a very big role and a very important road to take. The NEP also has talked about the option of learning at least 2 years of classical languages of India. NEP very beautifully, and its associate literature through experiential and innovative approaches, including integration of technology in grades 6 to 12 with the option to continue from the middle stage through secondary stage and beyond. For this to happen, there is a need for us to create a big corpora of classical languages. We need to classify them, prepare materials developmentally appropriate to make it available to different levels of learners at the school education level, and to make it experiential. The mode of dissemination, the mode of training, the mode of teaching, making it joyful, these are all very, very challenging things. It's a very big task ahead available to us. Given a kind of a depleted faculty strength that we have in CIIL, we need to now dovetail the resources that are available elsewhere to rope in and to collaborate with other academic institutions in the country, identify people who are working, who are retired, and then ensure that a very big group is formed to take this as national level projects and to make it possible that some of these aspirations that we have talked about in our national education policy NEP 2020 can be made possible. And this came up in 2020. We are in 2025. 5 years are already over. Just yesterday I was looking into one of the posts where we said that the English textbook for class 8th is out. NCRT has come out with that wonderful book that has come out. People asking, what about science and maths? Where are the textbooks? See, even after 5 years, we still are, finding it difficult to make these curriculum materials available. When such is the case, on these fantastic aspirations that we have articulated in NEP 2020, what is our roadmap and how should we think of making ourselves relevant to the school education system? Professor Singh was saying that writing to the children is a very important thing. Create a lot of materials which should be available to the children, and then working towards that. Linguists not only should sit in ivory towers and talk about what should happen at the macro level, at the micro level, at the school level, at the grassroots level, we should be relevant to the children. These are some of the challenges. I think a big think tank across the country will have to be created. A knowledge team should be created where continuous brainstorming must happen, some kind of a systematic documentation, and culling out the agenda, keeping in view some of the coordinates like the NEP that we have and the institutions that we have. By collaborating them, we can think of churning out a lot of things. Let us be relevant to this country. This country has a lot of expectations from a lovely organization like the Central Institute of Indian Languages. And on this wonderful day, I once again congratulate the contributions made by all the people, directly or indirectly, for the benefit of the language development in the country. I once again thank the director and all the people who have thought of inviting me also for this wonderful occasion. Thank you very much. May this day help us to rededicate ourselves for elevating the status of this institution into an institution of national importance. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Professor C.G. Venkateshamurthy, for shedding light on the roadmap of NEP 2020 and on the importance of language literacy. Now, for the presidential address, may I request Professor Shailendra Mohan, Director CIIL, on the podium. Thank you.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ नमस्कार वन्नकम जोहार आदरणीय प्रोफेसर डीपी पटनायक सर, प्रोफेसर उदय नारायण सिंह सर, प्रोफेसर जीके पानिकर, प्रोफेसर प्रसाद जोशी, प्रोफेसर राजेश सचदेव, प्रोफेसर सीजे वेंकटेश मूर्ति, and my colleagues at the Central Institute of Indian Languages, all teaching staff, non-teaching staff, as well as those who are working in projects and other schemes of Central Institute of Indian Languages. A very happy 57th Foundation Day to all the members of CIIL, past, present and future, for participating in this 57th Foundation Day. I'll be very brief because we have to maintain the time for the lunch also at the same time. So in that context, I will just looking into, I'll thank sirs for giving us a perspective of what the past was, what contemporary Panikar sir and the future Uday Narayan Singh sir. We all are doing some part, and there are some part which needs to be done in future, and I hope with the help of our staff as well as colleagues and others, we will be achieving those things that the future wants us from us as a language institution to complete those tasks in future. Some of the recent initiatives, perhaps within maybe by 29 July, we will be launching two major initiatives. One is the mobile-based application learning, at least 22 Indian languages. We thought that we will be making 270 mother tongues on the mobile app, but somehow we couldn't do. But 22 Indian languages mobile-based application language learning will be, most probably, will be a reality soon. And also we all are looking into the language assessment, testing systems with all the 4 skills, a computerized way where anyone from anywhere can assess his proficiency in particular languages can also be perhaps be made available in couple of days. Our model is ready, we are only struggling with the scaling part as servers are not available. So we may be in a position to do these major 2 initiatives in coming days or coming months in time. So Central Institute of Indian Languages, with the help of our own staff, we all are working for the development of those, and some recent ones in LDCIL, apart from doing the text corpus, speech as well as sign corpus, we have also developed some tools, sir. And those tools names are some Anuvadika, a machine translation tool, Lipyantara, Lipida, Anulekhika, Anuvachika, these text to speech, all these are available on medha.ciil.org. Kindly utilize these resources to see that what kind of a work that we all have done it at National Translation Mission. As per doing the text, knowledge text translation, we have also extended our services to the various ministries. And I am thankful to NTM for translating the Constitution of India and making it available in 11 Indian languages. 2 already ready, but some may be in a position to, and some important Nav Chetana modules we have done. Central Acts, National Professional Standards for Teachers, Blue Book on National Mission for Mentoring. These are the services we all are providing to various ministries and other. And I hope that we'll continue and develop further. NTS I already talked about, LD, CIIL, classical languages also, we at the 4 centers, we all are trying to understand the wisdoms. Surely we'll try to look into what were the ways by which Vedas were preserved for 5,000 years, what was that language preservation technique that needs to be understood by all of us, and hope that in future. So despite challenges, Bharatvani as well as, and the spell has today launched this Bhasha Sanchika, which at least provides with the spell languages as well as those languages which are scheduled, non-scheduled, minority, mother tongues, around 200 languages database which were there during Sir's time, Udayan Singh's time in a tape archive, now available worldwide. That's the only contribution we have done it, that making it a worldwide affair. So despite challenges such as limitations, staffing limitation, CIIL continues to make significant contribution to India's multilingual heritage. And on this Foundation Day, I extend my warm wishes to all present and to the entire CIIL family. The contributions made by all in the past have been the reason for the glory of this institute, which we are cherishing today. And I sincerely thank all academic, non-academic members of this family for their contribution in building this institution. So happy Foundation Day to you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Karnataka. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shailendra Mohan, for the presidential address. Now, without much further ado, we shall proceed to the panel discussion. For this, I would like to invite the panels on the dais. First of all, I would like to invite Professor Shailendra Mohan on the dais. Okay, sir. So I would like to invite Professor Rajesh Sachdeva on the dais. Thank you. He's already here. Yes. Next, I would like to invite Professor C.G. Venkateshamurthy on the dais. And next, I would like to invite Professor P.R. Dharmesh Fernandez also on the dais. Now I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Tariq Khan, the convener.
Namaskar and a very warm welcome again to the Foundation Day celebrations as well as the first panel discussion. I'm glad that I have been given the opportunity to act as the convener of the first panel themed on Vision 2024, the role of Indian languages in education. 2047. In this panel we have Professor Shailendra Mohan, Director CIIL, who will be chairing the panel. We also have with us Professor Rajesh Sachdeva, Professor C.G. Venkateshamurthy, and Professor P.R. Dharmesh Fernandes. Before we begin, some ideas discussed a little while ago are naturally part of this panel. So it's a good opportunity that the discussions that preceded have already set the tone, and we will be taking them up with some questions like what could be the role of a language institution in the years to come. What could be the languages of India like after 20 years? What could be schools and colleges doing? How educational systems will be performing in the years to come? These are some of the questions. We will try to rotate the opportunities one by one in this panel. I wish to first request Professor Rajesh Sachdeva to present his thoughts, followed by Professor Venkatesh Murthy, and then Professor Fernandes. Finally, the presidential remarks will be given by our director, Professor Shailendra Mohan. May I request Professor Rajesh Sachdeva to speak first?
I'll speak less than because I'm already overspoken.
Yes. अच्छा रहेगा अगर हैंड माइक हो जाएगा सर. हैंड माइक अरेंज कर लें तो वहीं से कर लेंगे. हाँ,
if there's a hand mic,
वो लेके आ रहे हैं सर.
Hello, check.
Since we have slightly exceeded the time, each speaker will be requested to speak for 8 to 10, no more than 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes I said, and then we'll proceed for lunch. So first speaker, Professor Rajesh Sachdeva.
Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, am I audible? Okay, I thought even otherwise without a mic I'm more. Anyway, you know, just a couple of years back I did a paper on called Design Thinking for Multilingual Education, the question of medium in National Education Policy 2020. This was published in the journal which comes, you know, some thing. And I had begun with a quote on, we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. You know, this is Einstein. We have a country which is largely multilingual, and my paper is directed at the idea of what is multilingual education. And I've explored many dimensions of it, so I can pass on that paper. I have it on digital copy even on my WhatsApp. Those of you who are interested can always get it. I can share it with the coordinators. You can read the paper entirely on that, because the joy of writing a paper is very different from being able to speak. Because when you write, you are bound by what you've written there, so you must stand with what you've articulated. The heart of the problem is that I think in India, true multilingual education is somewhat lacking. I say that though we are a very large and greatly multilingual country with a great heritage and all that which I already talked about, our pedagogy is slanted towards either or approach. So there is English medium school, or Kannada medium school, or a Tamil medium school, or this school, as though that is the way to address the woes of children and to make them competent. I don't think that is the way to enable children to develop their competence in different languages. The second point that I make here is that people don't understand the relationship between language and content. So the entire curriculum is actually language is central to all of it, right? That Bullock Committee report in England about that all teachers are language teachers has not sort of been even gone into it. I used to give my favorite example with people. What is the LCM of 4, 6 and 8? One of you can give me the answer quickly. What is the LCM of 4, 6 and 8? I know there are people. Yeah, quickly. Somebody will answer this for me.
Okay, I'll tell you then. Let me just give the... I'll say what is LCM? Lowest common multiple. What are multiples of 4? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. 24, yeah. What are the multiples of 6? 6, 12, 18, 24. What are the multiples of 8? There was 8, 16, 24. So 24 happens to be a multiple of 8, of 6 and 4, right? It is the first of those multiples. 48 will also turn out to be a multiple. The least common multiple is what is LCM. But do we teach like this? Do we dwell on the words that are there in teaching? In teaching maths, do we make sure that every word is understood? What does it mean? So every teacher who's teaching science or maths and all that is using language in a certain way and is teaching the language of physics, the language of mathematics along with it, and using ordinary language as a resource to put in those concepts of that new field, which is, so the child is learning new things using language, and without it he can't. So the entire idea of your cognitive apparatus is wired onto your language. And in our case, the mother tongue is something that you cannot escape. It's part of you, right? It's part of your being. It's part of your wired into it. Even if you go to an other language medium school, it doesn't mean that the mother tongue you will be able to get out of the clutches of your mother tongue. It's you're wired onto it. You can never, your entire cognitive, you will learn even in English medium school, a Kannada child will be restructuring everything and passing it through the original. So it is something that you can never get out of in many ways. Let's understand that it is a part of you. So all those who choose to ignore it, they do a disservice of the kind. I'm particularly worried about when I have gone to English medium schools and where there are policies which don't even encourage you to speak in your own language, right? They sort of ask you to compartmentalize your existence and keep your languages away. So in schools which lack an ethos for multilingualism, they cannot create healthy multilingualism across. So I would appeal that there's nothing called, there should not be, the idea of monolingual medium schools in a multilingual society is disruptive. So the idea of just English medium school or a Kannada medium school is doing disservice to both. One is denying you the opportunity to learn more and all that. No, they think that I know it's not going to be easy for a Kannada medium school which is there with rural children for them to start using the other language as a medium, but that attempt must be made. An attempt must be made. If the child has to learn his English, he must get it early along with these things when he's acquiring, and he can. In fact, in NEP, in a very interesting way, sees that possibility. If I were to read a portion of that thing from the NEP, let me read a thing. This is from the NEP document. As research clearly shows, children pick up languages extremely quickly between the ages of 2 and 8, and that multilingualism has great cognitive benefits to young children. Children will be exposed to different languages early on, but with particular emphasis on the mother tongue, and will be taught in an enjoyable and interactive style, with plenty of interactive conversation and with early reading and subsequently writing in the mother tongue in the early years, and with skills developed for reading and writing in other languages from grade 3 onwards and beyond. So it is seeing this thing. But it appears to undo this commitment, the policy. Why? By then stating that wherever possible, that idea wherever possible is the most problematic phrase in the entire document, right? Wherever possible, the medium of instruction until at least grade 5, but preferably till grade 5 and beyond, will be the home language, mother tongue, local language, regional language. So they can brought in a plethora of terms, and because they know that's what it is there, and then they leave it at that. So they say this. Why? So now I have my question is, one wonders after proposing early exposure to multiple languages, why must the policy retract its position to state that mother tongue alone will be the medium at the primary level, and also why must it abandon one language as medium and move towards the other? So this whole idea, we seem to have not thought deeply what is happening, the kind of inputs we want to give to the children. In what way? So if you are committed towards promoting multilingualism, allow children to see a language as a medium function. Kannada medium, of course, that is your first choice in a Kannada school. But the same child is capable of learning more. You're saying it, you're admitting it, research also. Or else withdraw your research. Don't make the statement. But once you make it, then give the opportunity to allow the other language to come in early and in a natural way, in a nice way. For instance, we all do code mixing and code switching as strategy, right? In the end, we may expect the languages to become separate, right? At the testing phase, we want languages separately to be tested. But as a strategy and all that. So in this paper, I talk about what is multilingualism as a resource, what is multilingualism as a strategy, what is multilingualism as a goal. And multilingual education is about all that. Utilizing the makeup of the children, crafting in new ways of pedagogy, enriching multilingualism to the child, and actually making him feel that he can be exposed to two mediums simultaneously. I know there are schools, even in Mysore, there is one section is called English medium class, the other is called the Kannada medium class, and they go to the same books. Why can't the two be together in some places? So how will you do it? To what extent you will do it? I think you will require to rethink. Just sticking on to Karnataka, the last point I'll make and leave it because there's paucity of time. Karnataka shares its borders with so many states, right? On the one hand there is Kerala, on the other hand there is Tamil Nadu, there is Andhra, there is Maharashtra, there is, Andhra and Telangana, Telugu speaking, Maharashtra, and there is Konkani in Goa, right? All these borders should be the bridging and places where different forms of multilingual education should be naturally planted there, right? You can't expect at the Telangana border the program that is being done on the Maharashtra border or what is happening on the Tamil Nadu border should be different. You need to work your multilingual education programs depending on the settings that are there on the ground. Don't sit in Bangalore and craft your policies and make them just please go down, be grassroots oriented, allow for new forms of, so I await diversity of forms of multilingual education in this country and new forms of materials to be built up, a new approach which will strengthen children's this thing and far more skillful and oriented people and let people understand that multilingualism is a thing, we have it, but we have to enrich the quality of multilingualism that is there in the society and provide them through newly crafted ways of thinking. So the paper is called Design Thinking. So design thinking is used typically to resolve problems. So let's admit the language problems that are there, see the settings, and allow for the flexibility which is intrinsically assumed, and NEP admits to that, in crafting new forms of multilingual education across different states in different ways, and make that possible. So the kind of things that Nagaland does, for instance, is a champion state. It was the first state in which all 16 languages were recognized, the tribal languages were recognized for school purposes. How many states with tribal languages do that? And it was the first language in the country which officially legislated English to be the sole official language. No other state did that, right? First state to officially legislate in their assembly. They chose English as their state official language. And they also made sure that all tribal languages are taught. So very educative. Learn about other languages, learn about other settings, get to understand this country from diverse angles, and be willing to diversify your own programs to suit and cater to the grassroots emerging needs. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We'll request Professor Venkatesh Murthy to speak his ideas. At the end, we'll take a few questions as the time permits. So please start.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tariq. Friends, I have a few concerns that I would like to raise here and to share with you. My focus will be looking into the policy challenges and possibilities in school education vis-a-vis languages. The NEP 2020 has come out with a fantastic idea of revamping the school education structure. Of course, way back in 2005, when we came up with the National Curriculum Framework under the leadership of Professor Krishna Kumar, we had come up with a position paper on early childhood education, where we had talked about roping in -2 plus 2, where we said -2 should be part of the school education curriculum. And now, in the revamping of the school education structure, we have talked about the foundational stage, which is for 5 years, starting from 3 years to 8 years, where the initial 3 years will be Anganwadi, preschool or Balvatika, then classes 1 and 2. Together as a continuum, we have the foundational stage. What a wonderful way of looking at that. That was a recommendation of the NCF 2005. We had said that. But not this nomenclature. It was said that the preschool should be construed as a continuum along with class 1 and 2, and school education should not just begin abruptly from class 1. That was the tone behind that recommendation. It has been very beautifully, articulated here. Then we have the preparatory stage for 3 years, from ages 8 to 11 for classes 3, 4 and 5. Then we have middle stage for 3 years for children belonging to 11 to 14 years for classes 6, 7 and 8. Then we have secondary stage, 4 years for children belonging to ages 14 to 18 for classes 9 to 12. Now there is nothing like higher secondary or senior secondary. Secondary is the only thing for 4 years. This we are all aware. Now I take up the cue from Professor Rajesh Sachdeva, where he said, the research study shows, NEP says, children pick up languages extremely quickly at the ages 2 to 8. The policy document talks about that. That multilingualism has great cognitive benefits to young children. Children will be exposed to different languages early on, but with a particular emphasis on the mother tongue, starting from the foundational stage onwards. Look at the beautiful idea that we are talking about, which is rooted in researchers, which says that children can pick up more languages very quickly, but paradoxically, now there are states which want only 2 languages at the foundational stage. They do not want, they say up to class 5, we do not want 3 languages, we will oppose. English is okay, but Indian language is not okay. Can there be much worse oxymorons on, than this in the country? English is okay, but not the other Indian language. What signals that we are giving? In fact, the multicultural education promotes equity pedagogy. The whole world is talking about equity pedagogy. Equity refers to distribution of resources commensurate with the needs of the learners. India is the best example for a multicultural context. All our schools are multicultural, meaning we have an obligation to provide a pedagogy which is to be equitably relevant for all learners as much as they are capable of learning. How can we think of not giving them more than 2 languages? Why is it our state, many states in the country, it has become a trend now. We do not want Hindi. We do not want Hindi. Imposition of Hindi. We want only 2 languages. English is okay, but Indian language is not okay. This, we have to wake up. We have to wake up. We have an important agenda before us. In fact, I would take the other position. There is a need for all of us to promote and celebrate Indian languages in a big way. CIIL should celebrate all Indian languages and pamper all the languages, give them as much as they want, and let us think of celebrating all languages here and then join all the states. Professor Patnaik made a wonderful point when he said the objective of setting up CIIL was to work as a bridge between and among different states, and then we have an important responsibility to promote languages in the country and to bring in harmony therein. What a bouquet that we can be, if at all we can bring in tolerance for different kinds of languages. Why are we allowing people to, flare up the controversies on languages in terms of which is the oldest language, which is the newest language, which is a classical language, which is not a classical language? Your language is much older than mine. I don't know. Did we deserve this? I'm not very sure. Now there is a need for us to take a center stage and not allow politicians to tell us what we should do on languages. I hold a very strong view that in certain sectors like education, languages, health and medicine, people who matter with the domain knowledge must have a final say. It is not the politicians, it is not the bureaucrats. They know much less than the domain experts. Therefore, these are the areas, if we do not articulate vociferously, we are letting others to dominate. The hegemony prevails. If we are not substantially clear enough to win over the politicians and then the bureaucrats, they will sit on our heads. We should be able to say what we have to do in our domain. If we have that capability, substantial potentialities to manifest itself and then to articulate, negotiate with the people, then we will not let anybody sit on our heads and then be dictated. Therefore, we need to wake up and then make ourselves heard by the people, and we should not allow others. Now, this 3-language formula, of course, all of us are talking about since morning. We need to go with a renewed effort to penetrate deeper into the intrinsic aspirations of making this 3-language formula work in this country. Now, RLCs, the kind of things that we are doing, is doing at a superficial level. There is a need for us. If you ask me what we should do, I may not answer. That doesn't mean I should not raise a question. My question is very clear. We need to work in this direction in persuasively communicating with the politicians and the states that this 3-language formula has a purpose, and that intrinsic purpose has to be met. Therefore, we need to rededicate ourselves. This is one coordinate that I would like to highlight. The second one, NEP also talks about, under the experiential learning, it talks about new emerging pedagogies. It says we have to promote art integrated, sports integrated, storytelling pedagogy, ICT mediated pedagogy, toy based pedagogy. All these emerging pedagogies are a new challenge before the school education and the pedagogues. There is so much for the linguists and the language people to chip in and then to take over these areas in making these pedagogies wonderful. I don't know. This pedagogy is not a holy cow, and linguists must not shy away touching and then getting into this area. Doesn't matter. Whatever we need to learn from pedagogues, let us learn. And then also contribute for the health of enriching the pedagogies in the country. And I don't think we have ever had an opportunity like what we have under NEP, where these emerging pedagogies have a very important role to play. And as linguists and language people, we have a responsibility to join hands with the pedagogues in enriching these areas. And CIIL can do a lot of things in this direction, because it is not only, see, it's a great opportunity for us to give adequate attention to the promotion of languages, especially the home language, the L1 that we talk about. CIIL and other language institutions, according to me, have a very important role to collaborate with NCRTs, etc., in collaborating TLMs also. The teaching learning materials that we need to prepare, there is so much. It is one thing that we got into an MOU with NCRT in, developing certain, what is that? What primers we have done. All right. Now, should we be complacent with that? I'm afraid we shouldn't be. We should move further in enabling preparation of TLMs in all Indian languages. I'm, a pujari of moving beyond these 22 8 scheduled languages. In fact, when I was the director here, we moved an idea that we wanted to bring out the folk tales of this country, folk tales of India. Professor Uma was a part of that discussion. We wanted to bring it out not only in 22 languages, we wanted this to happen in another 38 languages, taking it to 60 languages. We initiated that. And I'm given to understand that that is still on, and then it is now being tried out at the digital level, etc. We wanted that to happen. Meaning, we shouldn't be complicit with only 22 languages. Perhaps we should rope in the remaining 38 at least, which are waiting to be included as a part of the 8th schedule, and then in 60 languages if we can. Because NEP has a lofty objective that we should be able to provide these learning resources in all the languages, and preferably in their mother tongues or in the home languages, etc. How can we do that if we cannot even reach 60 languages? Therefore, at the first stage, as a first level of activity, if we can start with 60 languages, that is something great. And NCERT alone will not be able to handle in all the languages. It can only work for English, Urdu and Hindi at best. For other languages, we have an important role. Therefore, I still feel that we have an opportunity of creating a big corpus, a big network of professionals in the country who should be able to support us in making these materials available to school education in order to make this NEP implementable intrinsically. But then the challenge is the system ready? I am afraid we are not. I wish I am wrong. We are not ready. We are not ready. Language teaching, I agree with Professor Sachdeva, is not the responsibility of only a language teacher. All teachers have a responsibility to be a language teacher. When do we bring this idea? NCTE, which is a regulatory body in the country for teacher education, must be able to take these concerns, make it a part of their NCTE mandate that we should make all teachers to be responsible for promotion of languages. It is not just the responsibility of a language teacher to teach language. All of us must be able to do that. Then the third concern, in NEP we talk about preparation of high quality textbooks in mother tongue and English and also the TLMs. I don't know, it has still remained elusive. Who has to define and certify that this is a high quality textbook? And then why the controversies that still exist when we talk about the textbooks? It demands a lot of resources covering the human resources, material resources, time as resources, etc. And we need to hasten the process, definitely. And in NEP, we also have talked about classical languages in page number 15, para 1, where we talked about Pali, Persian and Prakrit has been considered as language, classical languages in NEP, while I said in the morning that it got the classical tag only in 2025. I don't know. This mismatch has amused many, but then how many of us and how many institutions in the country have raised objections when NEP was drafted that these are not the classical languages? Should we be not right officially when we write in our policy documents? Anyway, there is a need for a well-meaning, transparent document, as I said in the morning, that CIIL could bring out to educate all MLAs, MPs, policymakers and then people at large, so that this publication should be available before everybody. Home Ministry should be more than happy to have such a document where this should be made available before all politicians. This is my view. This was the idea that we have had, and I only wish that we take this issue strongly in bringing out this compendium on languages, which should be able to inform and influence all people who matter in education and social life. NEP also says that children will have the option of learning at least 2 years of classical language in India and its associated literature through experiential and innovative approaches, including integration of technology in grade 6 and 12. What is our preparedness for making this a reality? In fact, when I was here as a director for a very brief period, we developed a philosophy saying that if at all we have to make this big corpora meaningfully available to all the people of the country, our classical language centers must be able to, Professor Fernandez was heading that center then. We had a philosophy that we should be able to look at the classical language literature available from multiple sources. It is not only from language, art, education, folk, theatre, music, dance, drama. So we started even appointing people. Professor Talwar was one of the experts for Kannada language. When we took people belonging to ancient history, archaeology, museology, music, art, theatre, not only languages. That kind of a comprehensive approach to looking at the literature available, material available to generate and to discover material in classical languages is something which is very important and we need to cover. That was the philosophy. I wish we continue to have that, and institutional memory is very important for any institution. We should continue with that wonderful ideas, and we should keep moving in that direction. It has it has implications for the institutional memory. Next, 4.22, a very important concern of NEP, which talks about Indian Sign Language. We have the Indian Sign Language expert here, Professor Fernandez, which happens to be his PhD work on Indian Sign Language. Now, I think this is something which has to permeate in all walks of our life, and the entire school education and the teacher education must be able to embrace this sign language as one of its important concerns. It has implication for NCERT and NCT. All our teacher preparation programs must be able to take this very clearly. And in fact, we are saying that the 8th schedule has only 22 languages, and it is implicit, according to me, that this sign language is also a part of the 8th schedule itself. We should accept it as one of the languages, and we should be able to start writing about it and to persuade the Government of India. Ministry of Home is not willing to accept any more languages in the 8th schedule till 2035. That is something I read somewhere. I wish I am wrong. At least this sign language should be considered as a part of the 8th schedule, and we should start announcing. And then there are some efforts. NCERT has moved into an MOU on developing this sign language, and then some activities. But then now promotion of this is something very, very important. This should be a part of the teacher training programs, and we should be able to work in this direction. Then my last point is on, again, the NEP. One of the basic principles of NEP has been William Spaddy's outcome-based education. William Spaddy is an American education sociologist who has come out with what is called outcome-based education. Thanks to his daughter, who happens to be a chemistry student, his daughter asked Spaddy, "Daddy, I am in fond love with chemistry, but I tend to take more time than my friends. They are good to go with chemistry in 5-6 months, but then I need about 7, 8, 9 months. Does it mean to say I am not cut out for chemistry?" she says. Spaddy says, hold on. He's somebody who is in mad love with Bloom, his taxonomy, and he's also he's a great fan of Carroll, who talks about time on task. He's known for time on task. He reads all of them, and then he tells his daughter that we need to understand the whole education process from what are called outcome-based education. Not outcomes, outcome-based education, which is called OBE. Spaddy is known for OBE. And this OBE remained a controversial model for different countries in the world. It was accepted and rejected, accepted, rejected, accepted, rejected. I'm glad India has accepted. Our NEP 2020 talks about this outcome-based education in a big way. And NCERT, being a pioneering institution, long back started developing learning outcomes during Professor, my earlier colleagues' time. we have come out with learning outcomes for all the classes of the school education. And the whole syntax, functional syntax of this OBE is, we have to start with writing the exit outcomes for every stage of school education, writing the graduate attributes. If a student has to graduate at class 1 level, we should be able to write the graduate attributes of class 1, then come to the learning outcomes, then come to the curricular goals, then come to the competency-based teaching learning, and the takeaways from this model should be development of competencies. Since this is a model that we have in the country, which we have accepted, the outcome-based education, the ultimate purpose of this is to develop competencies. In this direction, development of competencies, linguistic competencies among the children, which are developmentally appropriate for different levels of learners, is something which we should be able to earmark and then come out with the benchmarks that are expected to be learnt by children at different levels. And none other than CIIL can do a pioneering work in this direction, and implementing this and joining hands with NCERT, I think can be a wonderful, enjoyable activity. Thank you very much for tolerating me so much for such a long.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we'll move on to Professor Fernandez.
No, I'll go on.
Sir, you want to speak from here?
Which one is slides? Slides. Okay. See, I seek blessings from all the elders of the Central Institute of Indian Languages on this Foundation Day, and I wish all my colleagues and my CIIL fraternity happy Foundation Day. So I don't want to claim myself young, but when you are young, you won't get the chance to speak more, because all your seniors will talk about everything. But I still remember the 2004, when I first met Professor Rajesh Sachdeva. He was my chairman. All the flights in Delhi delayed, so I was asked to present the first presentation. Professor Sachdeva, he was the director of Central Institute of Indian Languages. I got a chance. Now look, so many people, they talked about so many things about 3 language policies and NAP 2020. First, we should understand the legal and policy framework. Till date, NAP 2020 is not implemented in Government of India. Everyone should understand that. The NAP 2020 policy document approved by the Cabinet, it is the responsibility of the respective ministry to implement the NAP 2020. Still, it is a policy document. If it is implemented, it should be placed before the Parliament. There should be a time for discussion of the different stakeholders. Then it will become a law of this nation. Then it is a language policy is implemented 2020. So we should understand, because why the Government of India is not implemented it? Because it is in the concurrent list. So, though it has taken back the concurrent education list, which was in the state list, was taken back to the concurrent list to provide an equal education, uniformity and national integrity, still date, the NAP 2020 is not implemented in our country. It is a policy document. So it is a policy document. It is a role of the ministry to implement. As the Central Institute of Indian Languages is working on the Ministry of Education, we have the role to implement the policy. So it is very apt for selecting this topic, how you take the NAP 2020 and how we achieve Vikshit Bharat in 2048. So as I said in the earlier, I have few minutes, but let me go, because everyone says that different states are opposing Hindi and 3 language policies. But as a researchers, we should know about why it is the states, especially states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Bengal, now Maharashtra, even Karnataka is opposing. So when you say that we formulate 3 language policies, just have taken the Kendriya Vidyalaya report. There are 49 Kendriya Vidyalaya schools as per 2021, and out of that, 109 Hindi teachers are recruited, 53 for Sanskrit teachers. If you give this kind of imagination that one day Hindi will take the regional languages, no doubt nobody will say or disapprove with me that Hindi has the hegemony to dominate. So what are the languages which is grouped under the variants of Hindi? Awadhi, Brij Bhasha, even Bhojpuri. Am I correct? Yes, but in 13th and 14th century, you take it when the Bhakti movement has come in India, Awadhi, it has come first. Most of the Bhakti literatures started coming in Awadhi and Brij Bhasha. Only in 19th century, I am talking about. So only in the 20th, 19th century, the modern Hindi has come from Persian, Arabic, Hindi, English. Hindi has come in 20th century. But what is the power of Hindi? What is the hegemony of Hindi? Hindi became a language. The languages which developed before Hindi have become the variants of Hindi. Nobody will disapprove with me. See, if it is the state, see, people like other states, naturally they'll have the fear that one day, because when you should, what I want to say is, Central Institute of Indian Languages and the policy makers should remove this kind of parity. If that is there, not a single teacher is deployed in government of Tamil Nadu, how you say that they'll go for the 3 language policy? So, if really you want to promote 3 language policies, at least this kind of thing should be taken away from the mind of the stakeholders. Unless these states are convinced, we cannot implement NEP 2020, not even more than what you say that we expect that NEP 2020 will be implemented in 2020, in Viksit Bharat, this is 2047. So we should remove all these things. So I am coming directly to other things. Already, say how many of us we know that even in the 2025 March, English has become the federal official language of United States. How sensitive it is. Always we talk about West. But in United States of America, out of 50 states, they can form their own educational policies. Only the federal government will support them. But in our case, so that's why so many states now they said, why you take the from the state list to concurrent? You give it back to the states. So these are the so many things. But when you implement this kind of language issues, it is a duty of the government of India to remove this kind of appearance that no, see, only if you appoint few local language teachers and more Hindi teachers, they'll feel that yes, no, we don't want a 3 language policy, we go with a 2 language policy. And straight away I'll come to the language, what do you say that in the NEP 1.14, they talk about teaching classical languages. It should be available to all the school children. Professor C.G. Venkateswara was talking about it. During this time, the project implementing board, the PMB members boards of all 4 classical languages revamped. Not only the literature people, linguists were inducted, people from archaeology, people from history, music, dance. Why? He talked with the NCERT director and said that that NEP 2020 is aiming to provide classical language studies to the school children in interactive method, So all Indian children will come to know about all the classical languages. They said, we have excellent study for Kannada, Malayalam, Odia and Telugu, and we'll prepare the material, we'll give to the NCRT, let this material should be available to everyone. So it is the role. We should have a vision. How we'll support NEP 2020 to implement it in 2047, Viksit Bharat. You think about it. And where is it now? So this foundation days are always, it is a time to showcase what we have done and what we are going to do that. And it is apt for Central Institute of Indian Languages. As it is not implemented, as it is a policy, we should support the Government of India, hence especially Minister of Education, to reach Viksit Bharat 2047. Jai Hind.
We are running short of time, so I'll request Professor Shailendra Mohan to express his views.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Rajesh, sir, for giving us the multilingualism as a strength. Professor Venkatesh Murthy, sir, for giving us the NEP and its recommendation inside it, and Fernandez, sir, for elaborating the NEP. What I think that we need to look into that all education must be fundamentally reimagined for 2047, because we need to imagine the job scenario that have not yet been created. We need to imagine the technologies that have not yet been invented, and we need to solve the problems that had not been yet encountered. So still in a position we have to think, reimagine by all of us in such a way that it will be a shared responsibility to see the opportunities and find solutions to this. I was reading a book by Professor Satish Sharma, MIT professor, The Grasp and the Work for Education, Workforce Education, sometime back, and he was looking into that what could be the future of learning in 20, 30 years back or 40 years system, and he comes some of his points that I have taken from that. In my understanding, the future of learning should be driven by curiosity, adaptability, real world relevance and digital empowerment. And some of the key principles were there, that we had to start with wonder is the beginning of wisdom as a main source for understanding the future of learning. Micro activities every 10 minutes because our mind wanders, so there should be a 10-minute chunks for learning everything. So we need to reimagine that what could be the possible way in future the language learnings in 2047 when we are reimagining things in that scenario. So there are n number of things, mind and hand, that's what he was saying, that mind and hand should go together. That's why we have a phrase called hands-on learning. That kind of approaches we need to adopt when we are looking into the future, that what kind of ways by which we can have the future of education, the future of learning, and accordingly the Central Institute of Indian Language, I think we need to create one think tank where we should understand that what the future of learning lies with us, and that's what the vision of 2047 to make the Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Since we are running really short of time, at the maximum we can take 2 questions so that the lunch time is not overly delayed. Only 2 questions if there is any. Yeah? Otherwise, let us conclude. I would like to thank in the first place Professor Rajesh Hasdeva, who discussed about design thinking and set it as a very interesting, very important document that we all should refer to. Professor Venkatesh Murthy, thank you so much for anchoring your ideas to the national education policy matters, and also Professor Dharmesh Fernandez, who talked about taking cautionary steps when we are guiding the policy makers and implementing the policies. Thank you also Professor Shailendra Mohan for chairing this session. It was a very brief panel discussion, but it has provided some ideas for how a language institution should move ahead and contribute to the Viksit Bharat of 2047. To have shared in the future, we must sow seeds today. Let us take this idea and then move for lunch. Thank you so much for your patience.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you enjoyed your lunch. Now, let's proceed to the panel discussion 2. For this session, I would like to request Dr. Narayan Chaudhary, LJRO, CIIL Mysore, the convener, to please take over. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the second panel discussion on the 57th Foundation Day celebrations of the Institute. I'm happy many of us are here, and we are going to take a topic that is very happening these days, the AI and languages and LLMs, and how it is going to, it is impacting us, the daily lives that we are living together, whether we know it or not know it. So it is a big topic, but before I say anything, I would like to invite our panelists. So to begin with, I would like to invite Professor Umarani, our Professor cum Deputy Director, as the chairperson of this panel, and then Professor Niladri Shekhar Das, Head Department of Linguistic Research Unit at ISI Kolkata, Dr. Soma Paul, a Senior Research Scientist at IIIT Hyderabad, Dr. Aditya Maheshwari, Associate Professor at IIM Indore, Computer Science, and he is joining us virtually. He is already with us. So this is our panel on artificial intelligence. So before I... No, I'll just speak. Because I've got another meeting, so I'll start the discussion. I've written something just to jot down to enkindle why we have to talk about it. So I just jotted one thought, so I'll just speak a bit about it. So the first thing that we do as parents, as Indians, the way that we do it, we teach our, what do we aspire in today's world. If we consider only India, we are at CIIL, so we consider, let us consider only about the Indian situation. So what are the current societal behaviors we have at present? We want to teach our children English. We often prefer to speak in English and conduct daily tasks in it. We also tend to limit the use of our native languages to specific domains while expanding the influence of English into newer ones. This is what we are doing right now. Now, what is it that we should be doing? As a government institution, as an institution, as a society, be it a state government or a state government, central government, or even the institute, the kind of mandate that we have, what do we want to do? We strive to promote our mother tongues. We hope to create employment opportunities where our native languages can thrive. And we aim not only to retain the traditional domains where our languages have been used, but also expand them. That is the ideal situation we all want to do. The government wants us to do. Now think of this thing that LLMs and AI is available everywhere now. It is first coming to, let's say, the most powerful language that you have, English. It may come later on to other languages also, which we are trying. Now, both of the languages are going to have the same power. Now, whichever is more powerful, that will take over. So the language attrition may happen more. And whether the tools that we are trying to do, this will help us get our goals. Our goals means the promotion of the Indian languages that we want to achieve. Whether we will achieve with these new technologies or not, this is what we have to ponder and take some concrete decisions and
probably give some action items to the institute also. So that's all from my side. Thank you. I would request our Professor Umar Ani to please open the panel discussion with the remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Narayan. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Foundation Day to all of you. I hope you are enjoying the day academically and otherwise. It's indeed a privilege to be part of Central Institute of Indian Languages, because this is my academic home, and I've seen language technology, the pioneering work done in this area in early 90s. Narayan Chaudhary already introduced the theme, the interface between artificial intelligence and Indian languages, linguistic and technological perspectives. As most of us are working on at least one of the major language families, you are also aware that there are many languages in India which are low resourced, especially when it comes to technology. There are many terminologies for that: low resourced, under resourced, poorly, technologically poor, technologically ill based, and so many other phrases are there to describe it. India is home to 1,369 mother tongues, representing a wide range of linguistic structures, and I believe it is not easy for any artificial intelligence system to capture all the linguistic nuances and integrate it with the existing technology. So here we have 5 of us going to open some important points for discussion with this August gathering here. Let me first introduce Professor Niladri Das. He is not new to CIIL. He is now heading the linguistic division at Indian Statistical Institute. For more than 3 decades, he has been working on corpus linguistics and other related areas. We also have with us Soma Paul, a senior research scientist from IIIT Hyderabad. I'm very happy to be associated with you, and I welcome you on behalf of the Central Institute of Indian Languages. We have Dr. Aditya Maheshwari, who is an associate professor at IIM Indore. He is currently in IIT Kanpur delivering, probably completed his talk this morning, otherwise he would have been with us in person. So Dr. Aditya Maheshwari, a warm welcome to you. And we will start with... Thank you, Aditya. So we will start with Dr. Aditya, who I think he's not new to CIIL. Most of you have seen him during the last benchmarking conference that CIIL hosted. He was one of the panelists. And that's how we started. He's basically a mathematician and has a lot of passion about languages. So we first welcome Dr. Aditya Maheshwari to share his thoughts on this important theme, which is the need of the hour, especially in an institution like CIIL. Dr. Aditya.
Thank you, Dr. Umar. Am I audible? My voice is clear?
Yes, you're clear. Yeah.
Thank you, CIIL, for inviting me as a panelist on the topic of interface of AI and Indian languages, linguistics and technological perspectives. So I will begin with a brief introduction of our work and little more detail. So apart from being associated with IIM Indore in my academic journey, I am also associated with BharatGen. BharatGen is a consortium of 7 institutions that is one. So there are several institutions. The hub of that project is IIT Bombay, and the other spokes of those projects in the consortium are IIT Madras, IIT Kanpur, IIT Mandi, IIT Hyderabad, IIIT Hyderabad. Arjun, I'm also part of Indian language translation ecosystem called as Udan, whose main PI is Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan. He also happens to be the lead PI of BharatJet. So, this stage that how we are having an interface between Indian language and AI. So, beginning with our journey with Indian languages, as Dr. task means having worked in this field, I can concur what she was saying. But having said that, but we of our team and our lead PI, Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, we were of the opinion that we have to start from some point of time leveraging AI into Indian languages also. So I think one gentleman called Ganesh Arnalji, he happened to fund the translation project of Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan that slow called as Udan, and that is a translation ecosystem from 11 Indian languages to and fro on English also, including English. So we can translate Marathi to Telugu, Telugu to Odia, and so on. So we have developed in-house models for the translating them and implemented these initiatives and these breakthroughs in several agencies. As recent as the IGNOU, Indira Gandhi National Open University, adopted our tool to translate their books. So among all the challenges ending with that, we need definitely we need post editors and reviewers also. The second part of the Indian languages is developing large language models for Indian languages. So that journey began around 1 year ago when we were granted a DST project of more than 230 crores to develop foundation model Indian languages model, and such that we have trained the language model on 25% of Indian data, since other models which are not which are coming outside India are trained on a non this progress we have made, and I feel that this progress is just a drop in the ocean of Indian languages. These are not enough. These are just baby steps of AI into understanding Indian languages. And we know that there are several semantic meanings, interdependencies, several low resource languages has already been stressed by Dr. Uma that the low resource languages need our attention from the AI world, and we are here up to it. So there are because the large language speak so that it can be leveraged in the digital world or in the AI world, have a presence there. So one of the key challenge that we still face is the corpus of the data, which I feel that CIIL is the perfect and the best place currently, since our team is working only on training purpose. So our focus is not as high as of the CIIL to develop our own parallel corpus. We are working on it, but certainly the speed and the scale we can't match with field only. Definitely language is not just about text, it is also about speech. So speech corpora is something we are beginning to explore, and I think we have to go a long way when to incorporate all the semantics and linguistic nuances that are required models, also means including the multimodal aspect of the data during training. So as you all know that the text models space is quite competitive, and we are also working to find our team has delivered performance, state-of-the-art performances on the speech model. So we are very hopeful, and the government agencies that are backing us are also very helpful to do some breakthrough on speech models, so that we do better service of Indian corpus made for AI. Those are the few things that we are working on. We are trying to figure out that what will happen in future on those things. Coming to some as Dr. Uma said, that I was already been invited CIIL and been constantly in touch with Dr. Uma, and we've been brainstorming on the future aspects of what could be done leveraging AI on Indian languages. So we thought of both in terms of speech, text, and also vision. Vision means we have developing visual dictionary of things of the low resource language. That is also one thing we plan to take up that place. So apart from taking one low language or ecosystem, so to say utilize their linguistic nuances and generate data similar to the low resource language, so that we can enrich and enhance the representation of that language in the digital world. That's one aspect of helping a low resource language gaining little more eyeballs or popularity, and it also attracts attention that these many languages are there. Beyond large language models, there are several applications that we could develop. One we have thought is developing an AI workstation for language. For each low resource language, there will be a dedicated team, or there will be a dedicated workstation, either or both, so that team only work on training, refining, retraining, pre-training, post-training of those models. So these are briefly say the current work and some challenges and some future directions that we have discussed, and I am happy to present a summary and rest my case here. Rest of the things I can answer as the questions arise, and give my mic to my colleagues on the panel.
Thank you, Dr. Aditya. So it was nice to hear from you. So we will continue the discussion after the other panelists complete their discourse. So now I invite Dr. Niladhari Das to present his ideas.
Is up and down, this one? No? Which one? Does it work? Okay. So, good afternoon. I'm really happy to be back to CIIL Mysore again. nearly after 10 years, and to talk in the area of AI and Indian languages, the area where I have been working for last 3 decades. So since this is a very popular lecture series or popular talks, I'll primarily try to sum up my understandings about AI and Indian language situations and share some of my ideas which perhaps are going to happen today or tomorrow in the Indian context. The first question, AI, we all know that it is artificial intelligence. I call it is alternative intelligence. Why I call it alternative intelligence, there is a different issue, I won't go there. But how it works, that is the basic questions as a layman I would like to ask. It's purely from rule-based to model-based to corpus-based to large language-based. Everywhere we come across the term. Even 3 days ago I had a meeting with the head of the AI for Bharat, Sri Amitav Nag, and he was talking about LLM. I just very timidly asked, can you please explain what does this mean? What is this? Large language models. So this is more data. More data means what kind of data you are asking for? Who will prepare that? How it will be prepared? And what purpose is going to serve? I need to understand all those questions because I work in the area of corpus linguistics, which primarily deals with the raw empirical data of different kinds. So if I can understand your requirement, I can perhaps address your questions more rapidly or more accurately so that all your goals are fulfilled. Now here, if you look at that, the whole change of stance, that there are certain rules for developing tools, technology, then a token amount of data, sample data to curated data, to small data to large data, and now it comes that large amount of raw data to huge raw data. What is the equation? The bargain rule is very simple. Give large data, you get better tools, better techniques, systems, support, technology, facilities, resources, advantages, markets, and last 2 words are actually hidden. More control, more hegemony. I won't go into that detail. But thing is that if you have the large, everything is large, you get certain advantages which is not available for others. What about the small data? Now if you have small amount of data, everything is in a lesser proportion. Lesser support, lesser success, lesser visibility, lesser identity, all those things. Then what happens to those people? To those languages which have no data, no facilities, no technology, no advancement, no identity. The whole equation is simple. Give us large amount of data, take technology, and control society. Result? Wider digital divide, explicit linguistic differences. Even if we don't want it, even if we shout against it, reality is that because of these differences, we are gradually proceeding towards that direction, large differences. Now, globally, where we are thinking about AI is so important for languages, here are some answers. You can also add many more. In fact, in the plenary, initial part of the inaugural session, Professor Singh has mentioned many important aspects. I'm just trying to give only the concepts, not the detailed one. Language-related and language-based activities, language technology domain, translation area, linguistic resource generation, entire education system, e-governance services, language disorder repairment, language-assisted tools and systems, language learning and teaching, multimodal communication mechanism, customized linguist services of various kinds, and audiovisual tools and technology, not only for the learners, but also linguistically impaired people as well as a part of the government service to the communities. So there are multiple domains and areas where you can find out that AI can be directly applied. What is Indian situation? The famous story, waiting for Godot. Someone will come, produce technology, produce resources, produce tools, and release it. Because, why? Because I'll come. We know that AI can do wonders if Indian languages provided, Indian languages have a huge amount of language data of different kinds to develop LLM or machine learning tools. So the basic argument is very simple. give us huge amount of data, machine readable data of different kinds, so that we can develop technology. It is not only Indian scientists. The global scientists are also waiting for us to generate data. What kinds of data they require? They want corpora. What kind of corpora? The text, speech, spoken, raw, multimodal, annotated, labeled, processed, parallel, comparable, translation, localized, monolingual, bilingual, multilingual, parsed, and all other possible types of corpora. Since I have been working in the area of like corpora generation of various types, I know in last 30 years how much has changed in the entire gameplay of corpus generation in languages. So they want the systems, the technology is waiting for that various types of corpora. They also want various kinds of lexical databases. Unfortunately, we are lagging far behind. I will come to that point. What kind of lexical resources? Lexicon, dictionaries, thesaurus, word nets, scientific and technical terminology, idiom, proverbs, figurative expressions, monolingual, bilingual, multilingual, general, domain-specific, jargon, diachronic, synchronic, regional, hybrid, and many other types. All kinds of lexical database they are waiting for. Tools and systems required. See, once you have the data and the supporting technology available, then all those things what we are talking about AI or application of them in Indian language is possible. But getting raw data is not the only thing. We have to do various kinds of processings, labeling, annotations. For that we don't have much tools and technology available for Indian languages. And even if we keep that major issue aside, you can find out that starting from data collection to all question answering or customized support systems, we need 1,000 types of tools and techniques. Many of those things are not yet imagined for many of the languages, even for those Schedule 20 languages which we think that has certain kind of strength to fight or to accommodate themselves. Then all those kinds of different types of text systems or tools need to be developed. Some of the things are already developed. I'm very positive in approach, not very negative, although I'm a little bit critical for the Indian present situation. Present status of Indian languages. Some scheduled languages has less number of corpora, not varied, limited data, skewed data. Non-scheduled language situation is very horrible. Almost zero linguistic resources, digital resources, and other components that are required for developing AI and AI-based technologies. But forget about linguistics, there are serious non-linguistic challenges. Lack of funds, misuse of funds, high rate of false claims. This has been one of the typical practice of the Indian scholars. They make false claims. I have done this, but when you are going to apply them, nothing is available. Monopoly of selected few. For last 30 years I have been seeing that. Only a few people who are handling getting the fund and doing research and publishing only conference papers. They are repeatedly getting funds, whatever fund government is providing. Negative attitudes, discouragement, lack of visions, limited human expertise, lack of trained manpower, poor investment management. So these are real bottlenecks for our growth in Indian scenario. I have a very many bitter experiences staying and working in this domain. I know how many innovative projects that could have been made change in the Indian scenario have been stopped because of some kind of non-linguistic factors. I am not going to discuss all those things here. But this is a reality we have to do. But I am not promoting that. I am against it. From here to where, my lord? What are the things, future directions? We need to seriously introspect into the present status where we are standing now. Bharatiya Bhasha Project for All, Viksit Bharat. If you have the mission into your mind, then you have to find out in which way we should proceed. What are the immediate requirements and how can achieve. And then revision of existing linguistic courses is one of the important missions, I think, because recent modern technology, modern ambience of work and research are asking for new generations of scholars who are slightly exposed how language, technology, tools, mechanism or computer science works. Many of the students who come from the background of pure typical training from linguistics, they are finding themselves unfit for the new scheme of works. So we need to look into it. AI-related course in Indian Linguistic Academy, we suggest, in fact, we have proposed some guidelines for that. I'm finishing in the next 2 minutes. Generation of new job opportunities, involvement of new generation of students and scholars through workshops, training, internships, engagements and participation, and more investment of funds into these areas. So these are the realities that I have been facing for last 30 years. I must say that in our lab, where we have been working mostly in the area of language, NLP-related activities, resource generation and text annotation, we have trained more than 100 people, young scholars, in various domains of language technology. And all of them are now in good position across the globe. Even one of my students is now South Asia Zone Head of Google working at Tokyo. So think of that, if you can develop the new generation scholars with new insights, new training skills, there are far better opportunities. As we have mentioned in the inaugural session, that we have to bring up the new generation scholars to be engaged, because until and unless we involve them in a large scale, serving the Indian languages, so many language varieties, so many different types, and so many language-related requirements of our society cannot be addressed. So first 3 important things here: language corpora, technology, and trained human resources are the essential needs of the time. Those people who are there in the level of policy making, I'm a hardcore researcher. I primarily work in the lab. I don't understand the equation or the modern technology, the ecosystem, how the whole thing works. I don't understand that. But I urgently appeal that if we don't change our attitude to involve all those people in a larger scale, I have said in my title, the magic is yet to start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Niladri. Now I invite Soma Paul to give her discourse.
Yeah. Okay.
Please call it.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me for this session. The whole discussion and the whole environment is very new to me, but I will try to do justice of my presence here. So I am a linguist. I did my PhD from University of Hyderabad. My teacher was Professor Udanarayan Singh, and then I did my PhD in computational linguistics. So I got a job in CIIT Hyderabad some 20 years back. So when NLP, AI was not being told that much that time, but NLP was very, very new in India. And I was working with a team who brought NLP in India, Professor Rajiv Sangal, Professor Vini Chaitanya, and the team from IIT Kanpur to University of Hyderabad, and then to CIIT Hyderabad. So I have been witnessing this growth as a student, as a very young researcher. And then, one thing that I observed in our team when I joined them, lot of pride, lot of passion. For what? For bringing Indian grammatical tradition, Indian knowledge system into developing language technology for Indian languages. So all Indian, right? Indian knowledge system, Indian technology, Indian languages. That I have been brought up looking at it and researching over it. So I will be talking about 2 technology that I am part of today, and I will try to talk it from the point of view of technology and how linguists can participate. Because many linguistic departments are there in India, many students are getting trained there. What can be their contribution in language technology and AI? That is what I'm trying to sort of talk about. So my first project that is right now a Bhashini project. Bhashini is like a mission of India government where they are funding many projects on machine translation, on natural language processing and all. So 2 of my projects belong to that category, where we are trying to develop semantic representation. Semantic representation, which we are also calling universal semantic representation. And from that representation, we are trying to generate different Indian languages. Now, when I talk about semantic representation, here I also want to talk about the scenario of NLP all over the world. Right now we see like English is doing very good. All over the world, all over the internet, English is very much present. We see lot of analysis, lot of NLP tools all exist for English. But if you go back and see how much effort has had gone to develop technology for this language, that many of us do not know, because we are using this technology more as a consumer, right, at the end user. So what has gone, that is a history, that is something we as a student of linguistics and technology should know. So for Indian languages also, there is a requirement of developing knowledge-rich resources. So corpora can be raw, as Nilakji was saying, or can be also annotated. Now Western scenario is very different from Indian scenario. Western scenario, you have money, because all big corporates are into the game, so you have money. So that you have money, you have technology. You have very high power computation system, tools, resources. We don't have. Even like institute like this, institute like IIIT, one GPU, yesterday only I was talking to the director, yes, we don't have. So when you do not have this basic, now these resources have become basic resources for doing any high-end AI work. Now when these basic resources are lacking, how many ever corpora you can create, you create, but you will still find yourself lagging behind. But what we have, we don't have money, we don't have powerful resources, but what we have is manpower, right? So India has people, manpower of different languages. All linguistic centers that you just take, forget about common man. Even if you just take Indian who are going into the linguistic departments, right? So what we have is manpower, and the research that we have been doing, and we are getting results, that's why I'm sharing it with you, that what we have done is we have created very limited but very good gold standard semantic representation. And we are calling it universal semantic representation. We have used all existing open source system like Gemini and all open ChatGPT and all, and we are giving this annotated data to those systems, very limited. We have given some 10-15 sentences of annotated data, only 10-15 sentences of annotated data, gold, and we are getting excellent discourse output. So today the problem of machine translation system is solved to the extent of sentence generation. Yes, really systems are doing good, but you go to discourse, no, it is not doing good. Discourse analysis, discourse understanding has not yet happened. And if you look at Indian language to English or English to Indian language, discourse is miserably failing because the nature of these two languages are very different. When I'm saying two languages, all Indian language I am considering and English, their nature is very different. Forget about culture. Of course, culturally we are very different, but how linguistically those culture has been represented, that is also very different. So, just translation from raw corpus may not be possible because those cultural nuances you do not get to see a lot of in the data. See how it is very simple. Machine learns from data money. When it gets lot of data, it learns from it. So if it sees a phenomena, it learns. If it does not see a phenomena, it does not learn. Now these nuances in the corpora you do not get in n number of terms, like it's nuances. So you will get them very like scattered way. So those features with only corpora, learning is not possible. So there a linguist can play a major role. So we have to find out as a linguist, as a computational linguist, where can be my role. So in USR, that we call it universal semantic representation, where we are encoding this linguistic information and we are following Indian knowledge system as our framework. So for sentence analysis, we are using Paninian system. And what we are saying, and how our representation is unique from any representation that we see in the world in terms of semantic representation, is we are capturing vivaksha. So vivaksha is speaker's intention. Generally what you capture is samarthya. All semantic representation that you see all around the world is capturing samarthya. Samarthya means akanksha yogyata sannidhi. So you capture like a verb, and verb has its argument structure, and this argument structure will have some semantics. So you cannot say the boy eats a table. Why you can't say that? Even though eat is a transitive verb and table is an NP object, but you cannot say the boy eats a table because table is not semantically compatible to eat. So you have to say the boy eats something edible, so a banana, right? So these knowledge are captured in all semantic representation all around the world. But what has not been captured is vivaksha. But when we talk about generation, then vivaksha becomes very important, right? Because whether you will say the boy died, or will you say the boy was killed, or you will say Ram killed the boy, depends on what situation you want to depict. जैसे हम लोगों का बहुत simple example है, राम ने चाबी खोला, राम ने चाबी से ताला खोला, इस चाबी ने ताला खोला, ताला खुल गया. Same incidents I am depicting, right? Somebody opened a key. Now, whether will you say somebody opened the key with a lock, or will you say the lock opened the key, or you will say the key opened the lock, or the lock opened, depends on what? Depends on how you as a speaker wants to depict the situation. And therefore, the lock opened in Indian grammatical tradition will be karta. Lock will be karta. You take any semantic representation all over the world, they will say lock theme. Theme means something that gets affected by some event. Here also the lock, the lock opened, the lock is being affected by somebody. We know somebody is there to open the lock, right? But what is the vivaksha of the speaker? He wants to focus on the physio-mechanical activity of that lock. And that's why he said the lock opened. So this information, we are capturing, this kind of information we are capturing in universal semantic representation. I invite all of you to join our project, to work with us, and you will learn a lot, you will enjoy it, and you will feel very proud that you are designing and developing something for your language using the Indian knowledge system that belongs to you, right? So we are giving a practical, hands-on ground for you to apply your theoretical knowledge, which is very important and very relevant in today's world, right? So this is one project. Can I talk about my next project, or my time is over?
Then you get another
Sure.
next round.
Thank you.
There is a time. Yeah, thank you so much, because we have to also keep time. Thank you so much. It was wonderful. So we had so far 3 panelists. The basic idea, what I'm seeing emerging from the 3 panelists is how to bridge this gap, especially all of us sitting here, whether on the stage or off the stage, we are interested in inclusive artificial intelligence for Indian languages. That's the basic idea we are thinking about. No language should be left behind. That's why we are sitting here and thinking, what can we do? let's see, like, I just wanted to summarize the main points what the panelists discussed so that you people can add more insights from your side. We started with Aditya, who talked about their projects mainly on, they build LLMs in IIM Indore. So they already have started the work and they are turning their attention to low resource languages, how to create data sets and multimodal data sets. I think that's the main point all the three of you were saying, whether it is speech data set or text or multimodal. Aditya and I also had a discussion a few weeks back. That's what he came out and said about visual data sets also, not just this. We also need more because AI can be tailored to also interpret visual data in different ways, sign language and whatnot. So the idea is more data, what we thought in 1990s in a different sense, but now we are talking about data in a different way where we are talking about data sets. Corpora was the term earlier, but now you can see even how terminology gets changed, old wine in new bottle, but still the wine is going to be richer, I believe. So I feel like most of the times when we are talking how to integrate linguistics and technology, Aditya also talked about semantic issues which were reflected even in Niladri's and Soma's idea. Niladri may focus mainly on why this language, like digital divide in India. We do have digital divide. Let us not forget even electricity has not reached every corner of India. So we do have a larger task in hand. We do have, of course, we do have manpower, and he was also telling that the main point he raised was not just creating corpora, but putting them to the right use and also opening it up to universities, especially introducing courses, artificial intelligence course for linguistics students. So that will create more manpower in all universities. And thirdly, Soma, she introduced her project, Bhashini project, where especially USR, Universal Semantic Representation, integrating Indian knowledge system with the technology, not just AI, but even I believe it's going to go beyond that. Why not post-AI? Things are going to happen. We may not be sitting here to discuss that. So I believe like there are good knowledge resources. We are all interested in developing as much as possible. The idea is it should not be developed and kept somewhere, not shelved, how to put them to actual use. So it's not just about understanding sentences and just paragraphs. We are going to go into pragmatics as well. You talked about universal semantic representation. Pragmatics is equally important. I believe that would be your next step in your future project. Maybe because you did not have a chance to speak about it. So maybe you have other ideas also. So these were the main points that emerged in this discussion. I reserve my points at the end of the panel because I do have a few insights what institutions can do together, not just CIIL, but now I would like to open this panel for discussion. Questions, feedback, please be brief in your questions because we have another panel which is equally important on classical languages. Yeah? Yes? To whom? Soma. Can you use your mic, please? It's not working? So can you just come forward quickly? Before that, the next person can be ready. Come over.
Hello, madam. Your Universian semantic representation seems to be a little bit related to the structural semantics that, as we have been learning about. Say, when you have something like Sabine usko khola, something like that. The door is open and the door open and we open the door. It's nothing but the structural sort of thing. The way that we have in English is quite entirely different from the Indian languages have. Actually, for example, I don't have passive in my language, passive voice. Then how can I say that the object is being moved to the front part of the across the subject? Then I cannot say that this is actually a passive form of the language. Actually, it is nothing but the scrambling or something like in the form of topic and the focus movement sort of thing. And how will you incorporate this idea?
Hello? Yeah. So as I told you, it is universal semantic representation. So the name suggests that it is not a structural representation, right?
Yes.
So I believe, or at least the kind of languages that we are working with, we have seen that information can be communicated in all languages. Now every language will have their way of communicating the language, and in the semantic representation we are capturing the semantics, not the structure. So now from these semantics you can have a generator of your respective language, and the responsibility is that of the generator to generate the kind of sentences that you want to capture in your language, or you want to express this semantics in your language. So if I say Ravan was killed by Ram, yeah, Ravan mara gaya, now you will have a way to express this thought, some way, maybe not morphological way as we do in our languages, but you will have some way to express this thought. Otherwise you are saying we cannot express this thought. That's different. If you cannot express this thought, then you will not express this thought, right? But if you may have a way to express this thought. So our semantic representation will only talk about that there is somebody who killed, there is somebody who was killed, and the killer is demoted and the killed is in focus.
And that is fine.
We will say this in our representation.
But the case matters, madam.
No, that's fine. The case is not. See, now you are talking about case marker or case. Now
Yeah, case marker. I'm talking about
case marker is language dependent phenomena. Semantic representation has got nothing to do with case marker. Vibhakti is not part of semantic representation. Karak is part of semantic representation. Karak is universal in nature. Now how that karak will be expressed in a given language, that is the job of the generator of that language. So that is the way we have designed the architecture of the system.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah. Any other question? Some of you can take your seat. Yeah. You can sit there. Yeah. Any questions for general? Yeah. Gail.
I'm not an expert in natural language processing, but just as a linguist, there's this question since you brought up the difference between semantics and marking. So take for example a verb like eat. I'm just asking this as a naive linguist, okay? A verb like a verb like eat. We all agree that semantically it has two participants, so it's bivalent. But syntactically, we know that languages can treat it as either intransitive or transitive. So just my question is, you'll be looking only at the semantic valency, which is actually universal, more or less, isn't it? Is that how it is?
See, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
And since I do not know you, so it doesn't matter to me whether you are a naive linguist or an expert linguist. But yes, the question is genuine. That is what the difference between what I tried to kind of explain in terms of akanksha, in terms of samarthya and vivaksha. So samarthya is what you said, like eat takes two arguments, one eater and the other one is eaten. This is true for all languages which understand the meaning of eat the way you and I are understanding.
Okay.
Right?
So it will be
that is universal in nature. But now when you drop one, जैसे आप हिंदी में बोल आज तो बहुत खाया, ठीक है? Now in this sentence, neither you are saying who has eaten, nor you are saying what has been eaten.
Yeah.
It is the way the speaker wants to express this information, and speaker never sees a sentence. See, artificially in natural language processing we process each sentence, but human being never speak one sentence. Human being always utter a discourse, utterance. Like, so you are talking, in that context I am talking, and in that context again you are responding.
Yes.
So in that fashion we drop a few things because of economy. Again in Indian knowledge, economy is a very important concept, right? Have sutta and you say it somewhere.
Or in that
So-
context, the eaten is not necessarily
Not important. You don't want to profile it.
Yeah.
You don't want to focus it. And that is what is vivaksha, the speaker's intention. Right?
So semantically too, you can have it single participant in a context.
Yes.
Thank you. So any other questions, general questions to anybody, to any of us? Or I can share some more points which may make you think more and throw questions at us. So I take the privilege of sharing some more insights, because this is one of the important topics, how we can use artificial intelligence to promote Indian languages. All of us are again and again talking about assets. There are other collaborative directions which I believe are urgently needed. The most important is federated and ethical resource sharing, because many of you sitting here maybe for the first time heard something about universal semantic representation. Or maybe some of you have never even heard about Bhashini or India AI mission. So it's very important to have cross-sector collaboration between governments, academic institutions like CIIL or Central University of Kerala. I'm looking at Shri Kumar now. So then other institutions, because we do have potential. Some of you, the panelists, said we have manpower. I also would like to add, we just not have only manpower, we have manpower with wonderful ideas. If you have ideas, you need not be an AI expert, you need not be an NLP person, a syntactician or a semantician. Because your ideas, let us have some cross-sector collaborations across disciplines. Interdisciplinary collaboration is the need of the hour, because we are aiming to see not just maybe in the next 10 years, to quote UNESCO, within this decade, international decade of indigenous languages, to see that no language is left behind, not only in the real world, also in the cyberspace. Because cyberspace presence is very important. Many of you may not even know names of the languages, like anything like, say, Paula, or some languages spoken in Northeast India. Many of you may not even know the names. Major languages you may know. So one is the resource sharing, because when people are developing things, that's what Aditya also pointed. Unfortunately, we did not have a clear streaming of his discourse, so we lost many points. The basic idea was, how can we share? Resource sharing is very important. What you develop could be an input for us, and what we develop could be an input for you. That way we will generate more and more outputs, because we are talking about, you are talking about output-based education. I am also kind of venturing for something like output-based resources, because we can do this. So we need global federated platforms that allow institutions and communities to co-develop, because here community engagement is very, very important. You have to be co-developers. Each and every one of us have the right to contribute to the so-called AI platforms in all possible ways. Second thing is, we need global labs also in institutions like CIIL. Now, maybe we may not have the so-called modern infrastructure to have such kind of labs, but that's also one of our visions, because we are looking for transdisciplinary AI lab. That's what Aditya mentioned as AI workstation, because we need such workstations, like how in olden days people used to have translator workstations. We need such workstations because AI for linguistic diversity is not just a technical problem. It demands a lot of inputs from linguists. But example of eat, my language Tamil, we can eat coffee also. So it need not be bivalent in that sense, but again you will say syntactically and semantically. I'm not getting into the core linguistic discussion here, because we need linguists, educators, also ethicists, technologists and communities. Let's not forget them. And cross-regional coalitions for speech and script technologies. We also, because we are not going to develop LLMs or to create simple AI platforms only for written text, right? Spoken text also, people are talking about spoken corpora. So however, if you want written text, you want an AI to draft something for you, what many students do now, and many of us also use different chatbots for various purposes. We need advanced, super advanced script technologies. What can be also, like we need that, because the spelling variations, different types of orthographic inconsistencies in writing systems are there. We need to concentrate on that. And we also already talked about benchmarking in the last conference at the CIIL. We need living AI ethics charter. What do I mean by this? We are always asking about how we want guidelines. When we say guidelines, we talk about static guidelines. It can be a paper like that, or a bunch of papers like that. But we need living AI ethics, because every time, like a living charter that evolves with technology, because technology keeps on changing. Socio-political changes will induce changes in technology. Also, community expectations are also there. So they can be co-authored and co-maintained by institutions, only CIIL, across the country. Then, of course, many of us sitting here are familiar with cloud technologies. We need different, because we already are facing infrastructural inequalities. IITs, IIMs may be richer in terms of infrastructure. Even a great institution like Central Institute of Indian Languages may lack in something, but do have the potential to seek infrastructure from our own ministries, and we can focus on that. We need low compute, high efficiency AI models that can be deployed not just in desktops but also on mobile devices, even in remote villages. That is one thing I wanted to emphasize. And policy advocacy is the last thing we wanted to talk about, because we are here sitting here on this panel and seeing how can we integrate linguistics with technology and be part of the AI world. So language and technology policies for using AI in LLMs, and also people talk about SLMs, specific language models. We also need task-oriented SLMs, because task-oriented SLMs, for example, if you are focusing on data sets related to healthcare, so that task is just dealing only with the health sector, or maybe education sector, or maybe economic sector. So we need that, so what are the policies we have? We do not have any language technology policy, or planning is there, but policy is yet to evolve, and it should be done keeping in mind all the big and small languages of this country. So I just wanted to put some more points so that you would join us in some discussion. Just another 5 minutes or so for the discussion if anyone wants to raise a question. Additional thoughts. Thank you. Anybody? Yes.
So thank you very much for the panelists.
since as Suma and Soma pointed, we have been discussing about data. So still we are thinking about collecting data and annotating all these things. I was also thinking whatever we develop, collecting corpus, annotating it, gold standard, whether the evolving technologies, AI technology and data, or AI itself can collect data. Now we should not think of only the text data. Lots of movies are coming. Movies itself, what we need is, as he pointed out, semantic, universal semantic representation. Now we are moving towards the pragmatics, utterance, the meaning of utterance in a particular context. So that cannot be, annotated having a small amount of data. So we need a large amount of data with, that cannot be collected taking into all context. So now we use AI technology to collect data itself. Even movies can be taken through AI mode, where speech can be converted into this one, and the context, whatever this it can be done. I recall the discussion between a linguist and a computational science scientist. They were telling that we don't need linguist knowledge anymore, because technology is evolving, and our system can itself generate data. So you all know that AI identifies the patterns. So these patterns can be, it can search patterns, itself using the available data from all resources. So still, I doubt. We need is, what we can contribute is, just correct the data. When AI input is given to us, we can alter or give our input, so that future AI, we didn't think of this much developments in the language area. Now another 10 years, the data whatever we are annotating will be useful or not, because AI is being fast.
If you allow me to respond, I will be very brief. Now, in the area of AI, we come across three major types of data.
Dr. Uma,
Aditya, are you speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to respond?
Aditya, can you respond?
Go, because my another meeting is starting.
Oh, okay. So do you want to have any half a minute closing statement from you?
I guess my voice was not very audible. I think you summarized what I wanted to say based on our discussion.
Yes.
And I believe that
Yeah. Again, we have the same problem. I can read your mind. So I know you want to collaborate with Central Institute of Indian Languages. And I'm going to, yes. So we will discuss the rest over email, and looking forward for a fruitful collaboration with IIM Indore.
So what is left? There are, in my understanding, there are three types of data. One is purely that raw, huge amount of data we employ the systems or tools which can collect data which is available on digital platform. That is one. There is artificial or synthetic data which is being produced a large amount. Overnight, you can huge amount of data. Third one is natural data, spontaneous data, which is used by the common people, and we need a mechanism to collect those data for developing customized, domain-specific or specific tools and devices. Now, in cases of first kind of data, if it is available on the digital platform, either spoken or written, our technology is now up to mark, which collect and store and annotate, label or categorize. But the amount of synthetic data which is produced overnight, huge amount of data, most of the AI experts are scared to use those data. Even if this is a huge amount of data, the factor of spontaneity, surreptitiousness, and uniqueness are miserably low. So they are not very much happy. Even the Bhasini project, the Bhasini chief head is also talking to us that please don't go for synthetic data. That is not giving any upper hand to the systems.
They are asking for huge amount of raw empirical data, natural data. Now, the development of technology for written natural texts is still there to certain extent, collect by and crawler. I have used my crawler to collect large amount of Bangla written text corpus. But I don't have system or tools to collect spoken Bangla texts. For that, I have to use the existing technology, whatever is available, and that to going to the people, getting data from these people, particularly if it is a dialogue-based data, then it becomes very challenging. So, I am not sure about whether the synthetic data will attack our process, but every platform it is clear that we need raw, natural, spontaneous data. They have also added some other more features. That kind of data is a real challenge for us. We can collect, then perhaps we can democratize the systems and technology, as many varieties of data we have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, yes, Professor Muti.
This is not a question. This is adding a footnote to what Professor Niladri said as one of the recommendations. There are two things. One is the takeaway from this panel discussion should be a couple of recommendations which should mean something to the real stakeholders, whosoever it may be. It should not be, completed without any tangible, takeaways. One. Presuming that one of the points that Professor Niladri made was very, very important. Revision in the existing linguistic courses. Now, NEP in the higher education segment, it talks about converting your degree courses into 4-year honors courses. These 4-year honors courses that recommend indicate the 4th year program that you're going to offer must be research intensive, right? Either it is teaching intensive or research intensive. In any case, it has implication for school education. Say, for instance, at the secondary stage education, as per the NEP, which covers classes 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, there might be students who are interested in language, literature, etc. If you could push some of the foundational courses of languages and linguistics to the school level, you will have the space for the frontline curriculum to add these new things, the AI related to this NLP. Of course, there are two NLPs. One is natural language processing. The other one is neuro-linguistic programming. That should not be to come in confused here. That's right. I mean, that has its own virtues. We cannot ignore neuro-linguistic programming. But now I'm talking of this. One of the recommendations from your should be revision in what way? Revision should be like some of the foundations about the linguistic courses that we are now offering at the postgraduate level, let us say, should come down to the graduation, and some of the things that we were doing should come down to the school level. For those students who opt for language, they should also have an opportunity to study linguistics so that a foundation is laid to them. When they come to the graduate programs or post-graduation programs, you will have adequate scope for pushing the new developments in terms of AI, its interface with the linguistics, etc., so that there will be the linear progression of the inputs that you need to give and prepare a good number of linguists. See, the foundations have to be sown at a very foundational stage itself. That means at the school education level itself, we should be able to identify potential students who could turn out to be wonderful linguists later on. They should not be accidental linguists. Somebody does, something in science and then somebody accidentally comes to linguistics at an end, etc. So could we think of moving in a systematic way, and UGC should be informed and influenced about making these kinds of revisions at the higher education level. Commensurate with that, some kind of changes should naturally happen at the school education level. If you think it is good enough, kindly add it as one of the recommendations, and in any case, appreciate if this panel can come out with the recommendations and end it as the takeaways. Thank you. I'm done.
Yeah. So I would have one response to what you said. We have actually done some workshops in last 2 years with 6th, 7th and 8th standard students on what we call universal semantic grammar. So universal semantic representation has a framework, and we do not say that is Panini framework. So this is inspired from Indian grammatical tradition. So universal semantic grammar has been done as a workshop in 4 schools, and we had done 4 training workshop with different schools at Indore, Patiala and different Delhi, and the response is very, very promising. Children really enjoy the games that we are designing based on how you give character relations and all. And basically what we say that education, the goal of education is learn to think. And till now we believe that mathematics you use to develop your analytic ability. We say in India it is Vyakaran that develops your analytic ability. So we are bringing that into this review of education. We have done some experiments, we have our course design ready. So if that can be taken forward, if you can help us to go to the right person, I do not know the higher ups, I will be very grateful.
Yeah, thank you. So last question from Professor Udayanaran.
Not question, is it a comment?
Comment, okay.
To continue with what Murthy said, as far as the panel's recommendations are concerned, we should also say that we want the pudding. Without that, we can't take it as a proof.
Yeah.
And Sanchika that you launched is one big, vessel where all the puddings can be put. So that you can go and test it there.
Yeah.
And it also can be a portal where indigenous people can decide and opt to add things. This is one comment, and half a comment is, in Indian linguistics, since 1940s, a lot of interesting inputs are very relevant for semantics discussion that we have been had. Under the notes and discussion section, you would see a large number of essays, 2-page essays, half-page essay, 1.5-page essay by Sukumar Sen and several other people from logical angle on connecting various word structures and these kind of concepts. Some should really collate them and put them together, something which is very true. Digital availability is the minimum condition, but the maximum condition is somebody has to work on
it, yeah,
and then bring them together. Yeah. Because in what Shailendra say in the morning is about that hands-on learning. Think about that in Hindi. Man laga ke padho. Mind learning, not hands-on learning. So those languages actually have semantically, they behave completely differently. This is parallel. Empty vessels make more noise, and Arjal Gagri Chalgak Jai, the kind of comparison that SK used to give between these idioms collection between English and Hindi, they're also very interesting things. Nobody talks about them. No write-up on these issues. Even when we are working seriously, either with or without NLP, nobody is talking about that. But these are essential.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are running out of time, though I know you have so many other points to add. Maybe we can contact others over a cup of tea or something. So I would like to thank all the panelists, my panelists, and the audience for such a stimulating and meaningful response for this panel. Today's discussion made one thing much clear. The interface between artificial intelligence and linguistic diversity or Indian languages is not just a technical problem. It is a social, cultural and linguistic imperative, because we see there are gaps in representation in developing corpora, developing tools, or what kind of tools are yet to be developed and how to do it. Again and again we are only keen in recommending inclusive AI. I feel that's one of the main takeaways of this panel. Inclusive AI for all Indian languages, big or small. That's first point, and then the rest of the recommendations what you people have put forward, we will take it with us, because like I already mentioned about planning, so that technology planning is another thing we need to do, language technology planning, because the future of AI in India is not just intelligent, we also want to see that it has to be multilingual data set. Now we are talking about data sets, but we are forgetting in our daily speech, we switch and code mix a lot. So multilingual data sets are also yet to come. So we want to have 2 or 3 takeaway messages like this, and we will send it to ministry. So I thank each and everyone present here for your patience. We took extra time from the other panel. Thank you once again. And I once again thank Aditya, Soma, and Nila. Thank you. And Narayan Chaudhary. He is now attending an important meeting that I had to do the job of both a chairperson and a convener. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank all of the panel again, and Professor Umarani for chairing the session. Now we will have a short tea break, and we will assemble back for another discussion panel. Thank you. The third panel discussion. For this session, I would like to invite Dr. L.R. Prem Kumar, LJRO, CIIL Mysore as a convener.
Vanakkam, namaskar. A very good afternoon to everyone. It is my immense pleasure to be here and to be a convener of this panel on the role of classical languages in promoting Indian knowledge system. First of all, I would like to invite Professor Prasad Joshi, for Vice Chancellor of Deccan College, Pune, to chair the session. And I invite Professor Moti, former professor in linguistics, Central University of Kerala, to co-chair the session. The program is little changes due to the Professor Radhakrishnan sir is not there, and also our Professor Prasad Joshi sir is going to catch his flight, so we have put one co-chair also. Then I would like to invite Professor Talwar, Professor Sambat Kumar sir to come on the stage. Also, the Professor B.N. Patnaik sir has joined virtually to give some idea about the classical languages. We all familiar that with that India is a multilingual and multicultural and multi-regional society. It is home to one of world's richest, most intricate linguistic tradition. To preserve and promote the extraordinary linguistic heritage and culture of the language, the Government of India has taken significant step by granting classical language status to several languages. Initially, the government has granted for the 6 languages before 2020. Then later on, 5 more languages has been included as given status for the classical languages. Language and literature are inseparably compound of any civilization. They form the founding of the society knowledge system. So the purpose of this panel is to explore how classical languages act as vehicle of the Indian knowledge system. So when we see the concept of evolution commonly introduced through Darwin theory, generally when we talk about the evolution of the human, immediately it goes our mind to the Darwin theory. But when we see our Indian knowledge tradition, we can see the same kind of evolution in our literature also. When we see that Bhagavatam, it says about the Dasavadaram. It's starting from the Matsavadaram. Matsavadaram says about the water. The first the evolution start from the water, the human starting from the fish. Then it goes to Kurmavadaram, that is tortoise, where we can see the transmit from water to land. Then Varhavadaram, it's kind of animal, we transfer to the animal. Then it goes to Narasimhavadaram, it's bits between human and animal. Then Vamanavadaram says that the earlier human stage. Then after that Parasuram Avadaram, it says the human with the tools, the earlier stage human with the tool. Then Rama Avadaram is civilized and moral human. Then Krishna Avadaram, he says the intellectual evolved being. Then after that Buddha, and Kalki. There's a spiritual as well as the vision of the future transmission. It is the transmission of evolution of the human. The same kind of thing we can see Darwin theory as well as in the Indian context. So our early literature says all these kind of knowledge system which we have to transfer to our younger generation, and this is the main idea of the theme of the panel discussion. And also morning Professor Prasad Joshi sir pointed out about the Panini grammar theory of the Panini grammar theory, and also similar kind of thing you can find out in the different languages, in classical languages. In Tamil also we can see the Tolkappiyam. It's divided into 3 parts: Eluthu, Sol, and Porul. Porul, it's a kind of meaning. Meaning is has not given as a word-to-word meaning. He has thought about the life, meaning of life. He talk about the human being, how has to react in the society. That is the main thing in the Tolkappiyam sets, and the same kind of thing we can see the in Telugu literature and Malayalam literature as with Leela Tilagam, then Basa Bhusam in Kannada, Kavya, then in Telugu we can see that Basa Bhusam. These kind of things we can see in all the languages, and we can find out the Indian knowledges which are available in our literature. Such narrative reflect the deeper understanding of the classical Indian thoughts. And also we can see the same thing in the Tamil Tirumular Tirumandiram, which explain about the child growth in the womb of the human, the lady body, how it is evolved, how it is growing through these kind of knowledge we can get in from the classical literature. So I hope that this panel discussion also will go through this kind of this direction. I will get some enlightening from our experts. Now I request Professor Prasad Joshi sir to give brief about the to give some address about the panel. This session is for you. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. So the topic of the discussion is the role of classical languages in promoting the Indian knowledge system. We all are aware of the fact that the Indian knowledge system is gaining particular importance, especially when we started implementation of the new educational policy, and there is special cell, special division of IKS in the ministry also. So there is encouragement to the dissemination of the significance of the Indian knowledge system, probably which was long awaited, and it is the time to revisit the Indian knowledge system. Strictly, what do we mean by Indian knowledge system? To put it in simple words, very difficult, but the knowledge that has originated in India, Indian subcontinent we better say, and developed in centuries and sustained till today. And that kind of powerful knowledge which is unique to India, by that we mean actually the Indian knowledge system. And whether it is relevant to the modern era or not, and many questions like these are raised there. So we have to, there is a need to address all these questions, all these topics in a very scientific manner today. It is worth all understanding, worth knowing, worth realizing, worth recognizing, and after that critical analysis is to be there, and then it is worth spreading. Probably all of you will agree with these points. So due to the short of time, and as also we started very late, and I am told to close it in time because there is another program to follow. So I will very quickly put my points in nutshell. in summary only. So classical texts and knowledge archives. I will be talking with reference to Sanskrit language, which is undoubtedly a classical language. Nobody needs to prove it. It is one of the classical languages of the world. It can be only compared, if it is to be compared with Greek and Latin, the other two languages. But many scholars have already articulated the vastness of Sanskrit. Actually, Greek and Latin, the other two languages, their literature put together, 100 times Sanskrit language is vast, larger than that, which is available today in the form of printed, well-edited text. Still, there is much to explore in manuscripts, which is not come to the light of day till date. So, the literature or the text, classical texts, they are really vast in Sanskrit language, right from starting from the Vedas to the 19th century. So, what are the major branches covered by this literature? It's never a language restricted to religion, restricted to sacred or religious texts alone. But Vedas, Upanishads, Vedangas, these things are known to us. Mahabharata, Puranas, epics, lot of things are there. But apart from that, the Shastric tradition, which is very crucial to know. We have Darshanas, we have Nyaya Shastra, and all these Shastras and these Darshanas, they have developed a kind of language, debate language, Nyaya Bhasha, and very fine discourse principles are included in that. How to argue, Purva Paksha, Pratipaksha, Khandana, Mandana. There are 5 types of arguments, Vada, Jalpa, Vitanda, like that. And all these things are there. So we need to explore that also. Actually, that is the knowledge system of India. The way it was passed over from generation to generation, and discourse was developed in a very particular, unique manner as such. Khandan, Mandan, Parampara. Everything is logically refuted, established, again refuted, again established. So this goes on till we have this synthesis. So this kind of discourse was there. Again, when we come to the kavyas, profuse kavyas and natakas, Bele literature, we can say that is there available in Sanskrit. Right? We know Kalidas, but there are profuse galaxy of these poets and dramatists in Sanskrit. So Bele literature is also there. Then when we come to the minor sciences, or you can say we can equate them with the modern sciences like alchemy is there, Ayurveda and Yoga. I need not say anything on that when we are short of time. Everybody knows now it is acclaimed throughout the world, corners of the world. So these sciences are there. Ashvachikitsa is one important treatise. Hastyayurved is another treatise. They are dealing with veterinary sciences and they are written, their proper granthas, proper treatises are there. So these things are there. So vast literature, classical texts of these languages available here. Archives, they are put in. So now the major challenge is that we have to rely on editions which are well edited. I mean critically edited material only we can use when we have to implement Sanskrit into IKS. Still there are many manuscripts, as I mentioned here, and National Manuscripts Mission, and there are many other activities going on. Even in Kerala, here also we have witnessed many activities, many undertakings to edit and publish the manuscripts. But this task itself poses a great challenge before us. To interpret the text, to have the critical editions, and now this preparing critical editions is a dying art. How to have this kind of textual criticism? So we need to build probably manuals on textual criticism. Professor S.M. Katre already has one manual on Indian textual criticism. But to address more and more issues coming today, so there should be training to read the manuscripts, to interpret the manuscript and have textual criticism. So before we have a sumptuous or kind of amount with us. So this kind of challenges are there to interpret, and many shastras are now they are becoming absolute. So technical terms are there. If they are not interpreted in a proper way, in the paribhasha way, in the meta language, see, Lilavati is mathematics, astrology, astronomy, and language, Panini Ashtadhyayi. India has a lot to contribute. Indian knowledge system will be there, standing as a lighthouse there, but these texts are very difficult to understand now, and without commentaries we cannot go ahead. So the commentary literature need very meticulous reading, meticulous textual reading, then only we can come to the correct meaning. So all these technical terms, first probably there has to be some attempts to extract the technical vocabulary from this text which we want to implement in IKS, and prepare glossaries for that, which will facilitate the reading of these ancient texts for the students. So this challenge is there. Secondly, IKS and interdisciplinary research. So here we have to be very cautious. Not that everything is in IK, everything whatever is written in Sanskrit literature is relevant to that particular field and like that. But here we have to have some critical approach also. So they provide us primary sources, material for research, and then we need to actually have experts from other fields also. Suppose some text is there on alchemy, Rasayana, Rasaratna Samuchaya is there, but what exactly is described there? There is one example. In Atharvaved we have one money called Jangida, and the properties of that Jangida money are available in the literature, in the commentaries also. But what exactly that Jangida refers to, whether it is a kind of Vekhanda in Marathi or Bhasha we called it. So we need to have this kind of interdisciplinary research also, experts from other fields, those who do not know Sanskrit but they know the properties of those objects, and the characteristics those are explained in the text should correlate with those properties known in the modern science. So this kind of interdisciplinary research is there, but for that we need to have assemblage, have collaboration of other experts also. So revitalization through education and policy. Naturally now IKS is getting encouragement, but experts are there to be employed in different institutions. So if unless the government provides proper infrastructure, proper positions, makes available pool of experts in different institutes, I won't think this goes to the realization. Technology and digital tools for classical languages. Naturally, of course, now Bhashini, Anuvadika, many apps are there, and just now we listened to the very important panel discussion on AI and apps. So this we cannot now go back, we cannot prevent the advance of AI and this technology. So for a classical language like Sanskrit, it's a difficult task probably, but that is the demand of the time, and thanks to many attempts going on in IITs at different levels. So probably in future we will get better tools, advanced tools and apps to understand the classical text, because the language is hardly in use. So these are the some of the points. The last point is that cultural and national identity. Of course, Sanskrit is the guarantee for our national identity, for our cultural unity. So we have to look at Sanskrit in this angle also, from this angle also, and that goes to play a pivotal role so far as the cultural and national identity is concerned. Let us look at the word Sanskrit. Sanskrit is not a provincial name, it is not a regional name. All the languages probably they are named after regions or the pockets where they are spoken. Kannada spoken in Karnataka, Odia spoken in Orissa, but Sanskrit is not restricted to any region, any area. It's not an aerial name given to the language. Sanskrit means that variety, that codified variety which is polished, which is furnished, which is well designed through rules of grammar. That kind of idea is there. So it is certainly a guarantee of cultural and national identity. This is something in brief what I wanted to explain probably. excuse me for a short of time, and with kind permission of co-chairperson, after some time I will take your leave. Thank you.
Now I request Professor P.N. Patnaik sir to address the gathering. Sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Namaste. Dr. Venkuma, how much time do you want? Can you give me?
Sir, 10 minutes, sir.
10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, 10 minutes, sort of, there's hardly anything I can say about what I will do.
Sir, we are already running after time. Please, you can take your
sorry?
You can take your own time, sir.
Okay, no, I don't want to embarrass anybody.
Yes.
Okay. So, what I wanted to, by the way, I have requested the organizers to circulate something I had written. At that time, I did not know that there was this possibility of making an online presentation, so I had already written. So I said, since I have already written it, then please give it to the panelists. Okay. So that's why, I don't know whether you might have got, but anyway. So what I really wanted to do, I had nothing to do with, what I want to do is this. See, I wanted to sort of look at a literary text in Odia, Sara Mahabharata, from the point of view of a question of knowledge. Okay. Now, the question is, but let me tell you the story first. Then the question will, then I'll tell the question. In brief, the story is this. See, when Duryodhana was lying dead, when Duryodhana had been felled by Bhima, then Yudhishthira held his head on his lap and said that, why did you fight with us? Did you not know that you would lose? Did you not know that there was Arjuna on our side, and Arjuna had defeated the entire Kaurava army and Soma and Lord Shiva and all that so many times? Now, then there was Bhima. There was a sort of Lord Krishna. So given this kind of adversary and this set of adversaries, how do you think that you would win? So that is the question. So that's story number one. I am not elaborating on the story, so that's the story number one. And incidentally, both the stories that I am going to mention, this one and the other one that I am going to mention now, will probably not occur, almost I'm 99.9% certain, will not occur in Vyasa. So these are, innovations in Saramaha. Okay. The second question is, the second thing is this: when Arjuna discovered, and he had gone to fight at some other battlefield that day, and not in Kurukshetra battlefield, he was not there when Abhimanyu was killed. So when he returned, he was shocked to know that his son was not there. So at one time he thought his brothers were responsible for the death of the son, for the death of the son. So he was getting worried, and Krishna sensed it. And Krishna said, no, your son is in Swarga, he is fighting some demon there. Then he said that, okay, show me. And if that is the case, then take me to Swarga and show me. So Krishna took him to Swarga, and he saw that Abhimanyu was fighting some demon. And when Abhimanyu saw them, he said, no, they are gone in the guise of Brahmins. So he said that, okay, oil is here, so take care, so that you are not hit by my arrows. So don't die pointlessly. So like that he said. So Arjuna was going almost sort of going towards him to embrace him. Krishna said, what are you doing? He doesn't recognize you. You are nowhere, the relationship between you are nowhere. He doesn't even recognize you. So Arjuna was very upset. He said, this is what the Swarga is like. Let's go back to Matyaloka. Let's go back to Matyaloka. Okay, so they came. And when they came and sort of found that women were weeping and brothers were weeping, he took the oath in the name of Krishna that if he, that he would kill all by evening, etc. Otherwise he will immolate himself. And see, these are the two stories. So the discussion is, see, in one case, the question is, how did he not know, knowing the strength that law he has, how did he think that he would win? So that is, how could he not correctly interpret the evidence that you had, the experience that and also the experience that you had? And in case of Arjuna, you had some transcendental knowledge and insight. You will come back and behave exactly like any mortal. So it is as though that transcendental experience had absolutely no impact on him. He did not behave, there was no attitude, no change. So the question that arises is, how do you make sense of experience? How do you make sense of experience? So you make sense of experience with knowledge. How do you get that knowledge? You get, whether it is whatever way you get it, Unitists will say you get it, it is already given in some form, or as one or sort of religious will say, no, you get it from experience, whatever. That's not a very important question. So there is some knowledge in terms of which he is making, in terms of which he arrived at conclusions. Now, in both cases, the knowledge question comes, and we can put it like this: how is it that given adequate evidence, we do not seem to make the right kind of inferences? Okay, somebody would say, okay, there is nothing like right or wrong inferences. There is nothing like that. Okay, because there are no facts, there are only interpretations. Now, there are limitations to this kind of approach, but then it is there. Now, how does ancient Indian sort of knowledge system answer this question? That is, the question is not how we acquire knowledge, not how we learn, but how we do not learn, but how we acquire knowledge. That knowledge is misleading. This is the question. Now, if you look at the Western knowledge tradition or the Indian knowledge tradition, you will find that the question as to how do you know what you know, or how do you make sense of experience, related questions. These questions in one form or other have been discussed very well in both the traditions. But in neither tradition, certainly not in the Western tradition, here, the other question is how do you not learn? Given evidence, how do you not learn? So if you take that approach, then you find that in Indian sort of system, in the open source, you find something called abhidya. But what do you have abhidya? So abhidya and something like ignorance. Okay. So it is because of ignorance that all problems arise. Okay. Now the point is, but why did you have ignorance? Okay. And the question is, what is the root of ignorance? Okay. So that's the kind of question. But as far as I know, in the Western tradition, there is nothing like, the answer that is suggested is something like moha. I am not sure whether moha is the Upanishadic answer or the Puranic, in the Puranic days that the answer that was given. But in that it was research, but the question that is generally answered in terms of moha. Because of moha, we are affected. And moha is a very powerful concept, very, very powerful construct. It can accommodate some things. For example, excessive self-ego, feeling of self-ego is also moha. So I don't have time to go into that, but obviously, but that's an answer that is given in terms of Ajnana and Avidya, and then leading to this connected with this emotion. But that's an answer. But I don't say there is anything in the Western tradition corresponding to something like this. I don't know if there is. Okay. Then, but the point about moha is this. See, today, see, like when Plato said that we are born with, kind of some, we are born with a kind of knowledge from prior existences. When we are born with a knowledge of the prior existences. Okay. So that is how, with that kind of knowledge that we are born with, we make sense of experience and acquire further knowledge. Now, this doesn't apply in the case of that, that applies beautifully in the case of language, as Chomsky has shown, but that doesn't apply in case of knowledge of overall. And the innate hypothesis doesn't really work, outside language so well. I don't know if it works at all or not. But the point is there is something more. So what we have to do is, just as we are born with knowledge of the past existences, has to be translated into present-day terminology, where we say what we are born with can be certain of mental structures that themselves have to be rooted in the neurological structures of human brain. So can we sort of, can we sort of translate more in some framework like this? That is the challenge. Now, see, so what I've been trying to tell you, what I've been trying to say is that, you see, that we are raising a question about knowledge. It's a cognitive question, and the cognitive question is not acquiring knowledge, but acquiring knowledge that doesn't seem to sort of work. That's badly put, but I'm speaking in a hurry, but you know what I'm trying to say. Okay, so Duryodhana was killed, and Arjuna, sort of, he behaved like an ordinary mortal, and we said that the possible answer that is given to Arjuna, that concept of opposites, is in terms of moha. Now it is because moha that this happens. And we are saying that now, for moha, we have to find an equivalent in modern terminology, saying that it is a kind of cognitive question, to put it somehow in some way, we have to sort of address that question. And I don't see any answer either here, in either tradition, when it comes to knowledge. Or in this knowledge of the world. Okay. So I'll conclude by saying that, see, this is knowledge. What is the application? So I'm trying to talk about the application part now. Okay. See, recently, in Puri Rath Yatra, the other day, Jagannath's Rath did not do on the day of Rath Yatra. Till 7:30, they were, normally before the sunset, from the Rath would stop moving. But that day, they went on till 7:30. But I think 7:15, 16 won't happen now. So Jagannath's Rath moved only 2 feet or 3 feet, just for the sake of honoring the tradition. Okay, so that is what happened. The following day, Mr. Adani went. And so the social media were agog with this idea that Jagannath's Rath did not move because of machinations, and it was deliberately done because they had to, Adani had to come. So this became very popular. This did not come so well, it did not come in news of that, for obvious reasons. Okay. But then, senior editors have told me, and people have told me that, this is the kind of feeling. So many people believe that that's the case. But anyway, so that's not belief. So there is an experience. From the experience, you are extracting knowledge, and you are extracting knowledge, and this is the kind of knowledge that you are extracting. Okay. Then an alternative thing. Dr. Premkumar, please let me know whether 10 minutes, whether I'm exceeding 10 minutes. Okay. So there is an alternative thing. The alternative explanation is that, you see, Balabhadra's Rath will go first, then Subhadra's, then only Jagannath's. So Balabhadra's Rath that day did not go properly because it went from one direction to other and all that. So that happened that it got stuck. The movement was zigzag. So that is it got stuck. Now that movement becomes zigzag because of the pullers. They will pull the chariot. Now, see, so that is what we all saw. Those who saw that, we all saw. Now the following day, this was attributed to Mr. Adani. Okay. Now the question is, the fact is the same. Jagannath's Rath didn't move. Okay. There are two interpretations. And there could be many other interpretations as well. No fact ever comes without, no unambiguous fact ever comes. All facts are ambiguous. So, they are all ambiguous. Now it's a question of finding which of the interpretations we take. Okay. Now suppose we say that, look, see this, if you want to carry if you want to put in the Adani hypothesis, then you have to say But people who are pulling the chariot that day, there were 1,05,000, I think about a couple of lakhs of people present. Those who were pulling the chariot, that was the first area to recruit. Those who were pulling chariot on that day, they are all sort of somehow told to pull the chariot in that particular way so that it gets stuck and it doesn't move, so that the Subhadra cannot move and all will barely move, and the Mahasab will barely move to another tradition. So now it comes to the pullers. Now all these pullers who pull the charter today, that day, have to be, we have to say that they are instructed to do it in that way. So it's a question of, so the point is that anything that no fact comes with a single interpretation. There are multiple interpretations. That is how knowledge, you get knowledge. Okay. Now, so how do you decide? That's important. There is a saying, no time for me to go, but very succinctly points out. Now, how do you decide? So you don't decide, but today you decide in terms of power and all that. So anyway, this is a very sort of vast presentation. So I'm sorry, I couldn't properly present it the way I wanted to say. But I was trying to say there is a knowledge question. That knowledge question in this case does not come from Shastra, it comes from Kabir. And normally when we ask knowledge questions, we refer to Shastra, but we even go into Kabir. And Kabir also raises knowledge questions. Beautiful stories. And I told these stories to show that the problem of not body, which are related to the problem of multiple interpretations possible from a single fact. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your enlightening speech. And I would like to invite Professor Talva, sir, to talk few words on this topic.
ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ. ಪ್ರೇಮ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ಕಿವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿರ್ಬೋದು. 10 ನಿಮಿಷದೊಳಗೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಪ್ರೇಮ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ asked me to finish your talk within 10 minutes. So I'll try to finish it in 10 minutes. Since from morning we are ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಭಾಷೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಭಾಷೆಯ ದೇವತೆ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ. ಭವ್ಯ ಮಾನವ ಮಹಾಕಾವ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಸ್ವತಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಮಾತುಗಳಿವೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಈ ಸಭೆಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಹೋಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದೆ ನಾನು. ಎಲೆ ತಾಯೇ ವಾಗ್ದೇವಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾಧಿ ದೇವತೆಯೇ ಭಾಷಾ ಸರಸ್ವತಿಯೇ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಫಾಲೋ ಮೈ ಸೈಟೇಷನ್ಸ್. ಎಲೆ ತಾಯೇ ವಾಗ್ದೇವಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾಧಿ ದೇವತೆಯೇ ಭಾಷಾ ಸರಸ್ವತಿಯೇ. ಶಕ್ತಿ ದೇವಿ ವಿಶ್ವಾದ್ಭುತ ವಿಚಿತ್ರ. ಜಗದ ಮಾನವನ ತಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ನಾಲಗೆ ಮೂಡಿ ಬೆಳಗು ಮುಡಿಸಿದ ತಾಯೇ ಶಬ್ದ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ. ದೇಶಕಾಲದ ಜಗಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶ್ವಮಾನವಕ್ಕೆ ಹರಿಹರ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ದೇವಾದಿ ದೇವತೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಗರುಡ ಗಂಧರ್ವ ಕಿನ್ನರ ನಾಗ ಕಿಂಪುರುಷ ಅರಸು ಕೋಟಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಶಬ್ದ ಭಾಷಿತವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯಿತು ಸಕಲ ಲೋಕದ ಸರ್ವ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ. ಸಕಲ ಲೋಕದ ಸರ್ವ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಮಾನವನ ತಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಮೂಡಿ ಆಡಿತ್ತು ಕೋಟಿ ಕಾಲದ ಕೋಟಿ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಮಾನವನ. ನೀನಿಲ್ಲದಿರ ಮೂಕು ಜಗವೇಸು ಕೋಟಿ ಕಾಲ ಹಿಂದುಳಿದ ಅಡವಿ ಗುಡ್ಡುಗಾಡಾಗಿ ಪಶು ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಲೋಕದಳು ಮನ್ಯ ಮಾನವ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಚಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದನ ತಾಯೇ ಶಬ್ದಾಂಧಕಾರದಳು ಚಕ್ರ ಭ್ರಮಣ ಗತಿಯಾಗಿ. Please imagine if there will be no language, what would be our position? In this stanza, poet wanted to say the importance of Saraswati language. Now I come to the my prepared speech. Before that speech, ಕನ್ನಡೆಯನೆ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವುದೆನ್ನದೆ ಕನ್ನಡೆಯನೆ ಕಿವಿ ನಿಮಿರುವುದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಕನ್ನಡ ಹಾಸವಿಗನ್ನಡ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹರಿ ಬರೆಯುವನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹರ ತಿರಿಯುವನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಿನ್ನ ಗೈದೊಡೆ ಹರಿ ವರಗಳ ಮಳೆ ಸುರಿಯುವನು ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅವರದೊಂದು ಮಾತಿದು. ಸಾಕು. Kannada, the oldest Dravidian languages, holds distinguished place in India's linguistic and literary heritage, with history spanning over 2,500 years. It has evolved through various stages, ultimately earning the prestigious status of classical language of India in 2008. India is a land of many languages and many cultures. Its essence and beauty lies in the discovery, in the diversity. In the context of literary tradition, the Dravidian languages of South holds historical significance. Among the Dravidian languages family, Tamil first branched out and developed as an independent language. Later, Kannada emerged from the Proto-Dravidian language as its sister language. It's important to note that Kannada did not originate from Tamil. Historically, linguists believe that Kannada existed even before the Common Era. Refers to Kannada and Karnataka be found in the Sabha Parva and Bhishma Parva of the Mahabharata. Mentions of Kannada and Karnataka are also found in Sanskrit works such as Pruchakatika, Markandeya Purana, and Tamil texts like Silappadigaram. Karnataka holds a significant place in epigraphic heritage of India over 2,500, spanning from 3rd century CE to modern times. The earliest known Kannada inscription is the Halmidi inscription 450 CE, which makes the beginning of classical Kannada literature and script. Ashokan rock dates the 3rd century BCE, found in Karnataka, Brahmagiri, Musk and Sannati. Between 9th century to 12th centuries, many early Kannada literary works were composed by Jain scholars who contributed to prose, poetry, grammar and philosophical writings. Uddaradhane, 9th century, by Sivakotacharya was important Jain text. Jain poets like Pampa, Adipurana, Vikramarjuna Vijaya, Ranna, Achitanath Purana and Sahasa Bhima Vijaya, Janna, Yashodhara Charita and Anantanath Purana composed significant works based on Jaina philosophy and legends. It emphasized non-violence, ethical living, shaping a moral outlook of Kannada society. Scholars like Nagavarma II contributed to Kannada grammar and rhetoric through works like Kavyavalokanam and Karnataka Bhasha Bhushanam. In the 12th century, movement led to the creation of Vachana Sahitya, unique form of poetic expression based on direct, simple prose. Manna, Akkamadevi, Allama Prabhu and other Sharanas composed Vachanas. Ras Sahitya, the devotional literary tradition propagated by Haridasas played a significant role in shaping Kannada literature. Saints like Purandara, Kanakadasa and many others composed devotional songs in simple yet profound Kannada, making spiritual wisdom accessible to the common people. Their works not only enriched the language but also the enforced Karnataka deep-rooted bhakti tradition. Sarvajna, 16th century Kannada poet, philosopher, renowned for Tripadis. His poetry, composed in simple yet profound language, touches upon various aspects of life, including ethics, spirituality, criticizing blind faith and hypocrisy, while advocating for righteousness, self-awareness. His works remain a cornerstone of Kannada literature, offering themselves and serving as an inspiration for scholars and common people alike. Last paragraph, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ ಅದನ್ನು. ಆಯಾಯ ಯುಗಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಸರಿಸಿ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ, ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ, ನೈತಿಕ ಜೀವನ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಪಠ್ಯಗಳು ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದಿಸುತ್ತಲೇ ಬಂದಿವೆ. ಈ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವು ಇಂದಿಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನವಾಗಬಲ್ಲವು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವಾಸ್ತು ಪ್ರಕರಣ, ವೃಕ್ಷಾಯುರ್ವೇದ, ಸೂಪಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ, ವೈದ್ಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಮೊದಲಾದ ಲೋಕೋಪಯೋಗಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೊಂದಿದ ಲೋಕೋಪಕಾರದಂಥ ಕೃತಿ, ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ, ಗಣಿತಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ, ಗಜ ಹಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳು, ವಿಶ್ವಕೋಶ ಸ್ವರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ನಿಜಗುಣ ಸುಳುಗಳ ವಿವೇಕ ಚಿಂತಾಮಣಿ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೃತಿಗಳು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜ್ಞಾನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಉತ್ತೇಜಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಪಾತ್ರ ವಹಿಸುತ್ತವೆ ಎಂಬುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶಯವಿಲ್ಲ. Relevant to every yuga, there are texts which talks of social, dharmic and moral ethics. It is a truth that there are still relevant to this day. There is no doubt that practical science such as mathematics, Gajashastra, Hayashastra, Supashastra, Vrukshayurveda, Vastu, Natashastra, Shastra flourished in Kannada, reflecting the richness of its literary tradition. Namaskara.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I invite Professor M. Sambat Kumar, sir, Project Director, CESC.
ఎందరో మహానుభావులు, అందరికీ వందనములు. ప్రొఫెసర్ ప్రసాద్ జోషి, ప్రొఫెసర్ బిఎన్ పట్నాయక్, ప్రొఫెసర్ ఎన్ఎం తల్వార్, ప్రొఫెసర్ ప్రేమ్ కుమార్, ప్రొఫెసర్ మూర్తి సార్, మై డియర్ లాంగ్వేజ్ లవర్స్, గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ టు ఎవ్రీబడి. My best wishes on the occasion of 57th Foundation Day of CIIL. Just I put before you some general things regarding Indian knowledge system. Classical languages play a crucial role in developing and preserving the Indian knowledge system by acting as repositories of ancient texts, philosophical ideas and cultural traditions. They serve as a window of India's past, offering insights into its history, social structures, religious beliefs and artistic achievements. Recognizing and promoting these languages is vital for maintaining cultural identity, multilingualism, and facilitating research and academic pursuits. Here are some details looked at this significance. Preservation of cultural identity and heritage. Classical languages like Tamil, Sanskrit, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Odia, Marathi, Bengali, Assami, Pali, Prakrit are linguistic and cultural anchors, each carrying the sense of a specific historical period and region. They are the custodians of ancient scriptures and literary works that provide invaluable insights into India's diverse cultural landscape, social norms, and religious philosophies. By studying these languages, we can delve into the rich tapestry of India's past and understand the evolution of its cultural identity. Classical languages are crucial for accessing and understanding the vast body of ancient knowledge contained in texts, treatises, and philosophical works. They provide a window into the scientific, mathematical, medical, and philosophical advancements made by ancient Indian scholars and thinkers. For example, Sanskrit is the language of Vedas, Upanishads, and other foundational texts of Hindu philosophy. Pali is the language of Buddhist. Recognizing classical languages encourages multilingualism and fosters a sense of linguistic diversity and harmony among the people. It promotes respect for different linguistic traditions and cultures, contributing to a more inclusive and cohesive society. By learning these languages, individuals gain a deeper appreciation for the richness and India's linguistic heritage. Studying classical languages offers numerous academic and intellectual benefits, including improved critical thinking, analytical skills, and language proficiency. These languages provide a foundation for understanding various disciplines, including literature, philosophy, history, linguistics, and the arts. Research and academic pursuits in these languages are essential, preserving and interpreting ancient knowledge and contributing to the intellectual growth of the nation. Classical languages act as bridges between the cultures and facilitate a deeper understanding of India's diverse heritage on a global scale. By engaging with the literature and philosophy embedded in these languages, scholars and researchers can gain insights into India's unique contributions to human civilization and promote cross-cultural dialogue. Increased international engagement with the classical Indian languages can also contribute to survival and dissemination of the rich knowledge they contain. In Telugu, we have seen of shastras, including astrology, Agama Shastras, Dharma Shastras, Shilpa Shastras, structure, and Shastra, Talapatra Shastra, Jalargada Shastra, Ganita Shastra, Vyavasaya Shastra, and Vidya, Vaidya, Bhugola Shastra, Jiva Shastra, Aswa Shastra, Kadka Shastra, etc. There are a number of Shastras. Even in Kavyas, the poets give references about the trees and their medicinal values, of farming, instruments, caution to be taken by the pregnant women. Like that, there are a number of things are there in the literature. Then we come to the significance of Indian knowledge system, classical languages. Classical languages serve as the windows to India's ancient past, preserving the cultural identity of different regions. They are the ancient texts, literature, and scriptures that provide insights into the country's historical, social, and religious traditions. By preserving classical languages, India ensures that its rich heritage continues to be accessible and understood by future generations. Recognizing and promoting classical languages encourages multilingualism in India. It fosters a sense of linguistic diversity and harmony among the people. Individuals proficient in classical languages can appreciate and connect with the cultural nuances embedded within them. Multilingualism not only enhances communication but also strengthens social bonds and promotes national unity. Studying classical languages offers numerous academic and intellectual benefits. These languages provide a foundation for understanding various disciplines, including literature, philosophy, history, and linguistics. Students who learn classical languages gain a deeper appreciation for the languages and literatures and the evaluation of human thought. The knowledge contributes to their overall intellectual growth and fosters critical thinking skills. Classical languages play a crucial role in preserving and disseminating ancient knowledge. A vast collection of texts and scriptures written in classical languages contains invaluable wisdom, scientific insights, and philosophical ideas. By studying and deciphering these texts, scholars and researchers unlock ancient wisdom and make significant contributions to various fields such as medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and spirituality. Classical languages are synonymous with artistic and literary excellence. They have been the medium through which great literary works, poetry, epics have been created. Promoting classical languages, India encourages the growth and appreciation of its literary traditions. It provides a platform for artists, writers, and poets to express themselves and contribute to Indian literature. Classical languages act as bridges between different cultures and fosters a deeper understanding of India's diverse heritage. They facilitate cultural exchange as scholars and enthusiasts from around the world are drawn to study and explore these languages. By these classical languages, India becomes a hub for global intellectual exchange, promoting dialogue and fostering mutual respect among cultures. Classical languages are unique not only because of their age, but also because of their impact on various elements of Indian culture. Their impact on literature, philosophy, religion, art, and science has been significant and has left an imprint on the cultural environment of the country. Ancient texts, scriptures, and literary works have been preserved and propagated via these languages. This has helped connect the present generation to their roots. Recognition of these languages as classical languages is not merely honorary. It bestows upon them a special status and support for their preservation and promotion. It acknowledges their contribution to the historical and cultural legacy of India. The classical languages status also provides inputs for research, academic pursuits, and the development of linguistic resources related to these languages. In conclusion, we can say classical languages will provide a lot of information in connection with the Indian knowledge system. With these few words, I will conclude, and thanks are due to the CIIL for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor L. Ramamurthy to provide remarks on the topic.
Respected professors, scholars, and my dear colleagues, it's just like, Prem Kumar asked me to be the co-chair of this panel discussion and also offer my views on Tamil language. It's just like, I came to attend a marriage and they asked me to be the bridegroom. It's a great opportunity. I like it, love it. Now, the thing, all of classical languages in Indian language. Any term in linguistics is totally a political terms, political jargon. Classical languages, the status, classical languages was, status was given based on the literariness and also the ancientness. Later on, it becomes political. Now only there are certain classical languages like, de facto classical languages like Sanskrit, Pali, Prakrit. There are status accorded classical language status like Kannada, Telugu, and there are like co-chair other languages like Marathi, Bengali, Assamese are all given classical status. So this become a political jargon and political activity. Whatever be the languages, my point of view is classical the Indian knowledge system not only resides in classical languages, but in all Indian languages. So classical languages are codified, maybe earlier, but there are still uncodified languages are there. That's what CIIL is doing. So they are all collecting the indigenous knowledge system encoded in the undocumented languages. So classical thoughts may come from anywhere. So we need not focus on only the classical languages. And whether you believe it or not, there are two traditions. Sanskrit tradition, I don't want to name traditions, northern tradition and southern tradition. These two traditions constitute India. You should not forget. It is not entirely northern tradition or entirely southern tradition. North and south constitute Indianness. So you cannot say everything is in Sanskrit. And others cannot say everything is Kannada or in Tamil. Both, systems, Indian knowledge system is there in the thing. For example, Ashtadhyayi. Ashtadhyayi, the earliest grammar in Sanskrit. Also the Tamil grammar, Tolkappiyam. So if you see the conceptualization of the grammar, both the languages, they follow different paths. Ashtadhyayi starts with the phone and reaches up to utterance. And how the phone and the phones are combined, and there's a formulaic way of expressing. But Tolkappiyam talks about world, how world meaning is derived, expressed in word meaning. So the approaches are entirely different. The message is same. What is the message? Grammar should talk about this. What is that? Utterance. Utterance is the minimum basic unit for both the grammar, Ashtadhyayi and also Tolkappiyam. But the utterance is not at all taken care of in the Western tradition. So Western tradition merely saw language as a structural unit, but Indian knowledge system see language as a whole thing. It's connected with the emotions, connected with the context. So utterance is the basic. And both Tolkappiyam and also Sanskrit, Ashtadhyayi talks about CIIL, composition and also the common usages. So this, why the both traditions talks about composition and also the common usage. If you see, if you compare these traditions, the essence of both the grammars are common, but the approaches are different. This is one aspect. Since it's codified, grammars are available, but other language, see, in language, especially Tamil language system sees the world, how the world is conceptualized by the Tamilians. So they see world in an eco-friendly manner. So the great literature, so all the Sanskrit literature, all spiritual or say religious literature. There is other kind of literature where it is totally secular. So Sangam literature is there. Both Sangam literature and also the ethical, religious literatures, they talk about the same thing. If you see, analyze the thing, see, we all might have heard, Yadum Mure Yavarum Kelir. The same thing is, told in Sanskrit, Vasudeva Kudumbakam. What does it mean? Vasudeva Kudumbakam is the concept of entire world is. Similarly, Tamil also sees, it's all, Yadum Mure Yavarum Kelir. Everybody is our kith and kins. So this way of, though there are religiously based and this is secular, but the concepts are very, very similar. And if you see Bhakti literature in Tamil is entirely different from Sanskrit literature, but the common goal is same. See here, Ahampuram tradition is there, where human love, between love and lover. So in Bhakti literature, the love is transformed to God. So this kind of, the same thing you can see in Silappadiyaram also, how the traditions are synthesized to make a whole. So the influence of Sanskrit is, you can see everywhere throughout India, in terms of grammar, Ashtadhyayi, you can see the influence of Andhra Sabda Siddhamani and also Leela Dilagam and also now grammars except Tamil. So after 9th century or after 12th century, the influence is very, very vast. But we have to study the true traditions and what is the commonality expressed in these two traditions. And I can talk more about, the commonality and Indian knowledge system. I am sure you are not here to listen to my words. There is a cultural program follows, but still the takeaway from the panel is, so we have to see the general common ethical values that are relevant those days and also relevant for the future, future generation also. One thing, I am closely associated with the Central Institute of Classical Tamil, where what we are doing is, we are making small reels, 2 minutes reels, 2 minutes reels from literature of universal value. So if you just click that, one saying like Tirukural or any piece of value is sought in a 2 minutes reel, and it has reached minimum 1 lakh views are there. It was launched last month only. So all the classical languages take this kind of idea how to make technology to promote our classical languages and to promote Indian knowledge system. So with these few words, I thank everybody, and I also thank the opportunity given to me. I thank the panelists, Professor Prasad Joshi and Professor B.N. Patnaik and Professor Sambat Kumar. Radhashni is not there, Professor Talwar, and for Prem Kumar for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Now I'm going to hand over this session to thanks is there by Sujay Sarkar, I think so.
Thank you, Dr. Prem, and the panelists over there. See, I think I will not take time, and it's already late. The cultural program team is already waiting here. There are many people to be thanked for this program. Our former director Udayanaran Singh sir, Venkatesh Murthy sir, under whom I worked for 1 year. So thank you for joining. Panikkar sir, thank you. We have from Trivandrum. Professor Joshi sir, due to his flight schedule, he is already in airport. Rajesh Sachdeva sir, then all the panelists who joined us in person and virtually, and definitely our founder director Professor D. Patnaik. Thank you all the experts and our former director for joining with us despite your busy schedule, and some of the experts who are present for the Bhasha Sanchika portal launch, and tomorrow we have a follow-up discussion from NCERT, Binay Patnaik ji, from Kolkata, ILA sir, Dr. Swati madam, Shikumar sir, and others, and all the other project resource person and scholars from other areas. Thank you for joining us. It has been a long day, and Gail madam is also there with us. Thank you, madam, for joining. Ramavati sir, thank you for managing this session. And see, any program we do, it's not possible by anyone, I mean any single person. Dr. Pankaj, who initiated this program, and then he left us in between, not for intentionally, but for good reason. He went IIS Shimla for a talk, and he joined today morning, the whole night. And one name I should specially mention, Ram Briggsji. Dr. Ram Briggsji. This time it was Ram Briggsji who did all this hard work. So I may be in the stage, but he's the main person who deserves all this thing. Okay, and we had a big team who helped us to arrange each and everything. travel, accommodation, food and stays, technical stuff. So what I did, I scroll. So all the names you can see and work assigned there. So it will cut down our time, cut out our time. And the media fraternity, Mysore media fraternity has been always kind to us, and we have a very cordial relationship with them. This year also they have covered news, and they are going to cover more. So thank you one and all. I am not taking much more time, and not last but not the least, our director sir, Shailendra Mohan sir. Thank you so much. I missed our deputy directors and our my colleagues LGROs. Thank you for all of your support. Okay, now this part is over. Now we will take 15 minutes to dismantle this. In between we will do some other things. You can stop the recording now. Stop the recording, or YouTube live you can stop. Okay, so this half an hour I thought we will utilize it productively. Stage dismantling बुलाओ, call them.